Welcome back to another episode of Epic Blunders. Last week, the party continued venturing further to the north. You made your own little canoe trip up the river. You spotted at least once the wyvern that you had noticed on a couple of occasions. It seemed to always be just outside of your view, and by the time everybody was notified, it's usually gone. Do you recall the last direction you saw it heading?
It was southwest, something like that. Seemed like it was following the river.
Yeah, it was following the path of the river and was going basically upriver, so southwest. Yes. Correct. And then you made it a couple more days up the river and then into Wrathfell itself. You decided to bypass the first two host villages and made it to Wrathfell, where you had checked in with Dahan and noticed a few things that were off as well in your investigation. Grolyd made note of a couple of modifications that seemed to be done to a handful of the soldiers' garb in the area that seemed to match what you had come across with dragon cultists in the past. And then later on, as the sun was starting to go down, in an attempt to perhaps woo some villagers to open them up a little bit, you felt like to some degree you maybe had the opposite effect as you were kind of prancing through town, putting on a performance and not getting the reaction that you wanted. There was a lot of fear, a lot of concern going on. And then after a little bit of an exchange about how you should go about things, and an admonition from the Changebringer about being careful about the type of trickery that you're using, Whisky decided to play a much more mournful, soul-filled, haunting dirge on his hurdy-gurdy, and that seemed to draw the attention of the villagers. And as you were noticing the onlookers, Awna noticed that there was a single person watching from the shadows, long, silvery white hair. And as he turned to leave to the north of the village, she caught the glint of 5 different colors across his forehead that seemed to match the red, blue, green that you were all familiar with Ryohn, in addition to black and white.
And I knew I shouldn't have given him up.
And that's where we left off. So, Awna, specifically, what would you like to do?
Who's around me at this moment?
You guys are all at your bardic circle that you made.
Okay.
So at the campfire outside of town.
I was playing sad songs.
Grolyd just gave me my talisman back.
Guys, I don't mean to alarm anyone, but the champion of what's her name, the dark one, the one that Ryohn used to follow, is here.
What?
Whisky's like, Tiamat?
That's the one.
Yeah, everybody hears the record scratch as Whisky stops cranking the hurdy and looks up. Yeah.
He actually scratches the hurdy-gurdy. Yeah. What?
Yeah, over that way. Should we follow him?
Oh.
Should we fight him?
Yeah, that's what
we leave him?
In the middle of these people and devastate their tent town.
Which direction was he moving?
He kind of whisked back into the shadows a bit, but he was over in that direction.
Yeah, Awna, you notice him in like the northern edge of the village. Keep in mind how small this village is, that you, without any difficulty at all, could basically look to your left and see the northern edge of the village, the right, the southern edge of the village. So everything is basically within your purview. You saw him toward the northern edge, and he disappeared off then to further to the north.
To the left over there.
I look.
He's left the village then.
It's dark. Even with dark vision, you're going to have to do quite a bit of searching to find anything.
All right, because my range is now out to 180.
Yeah.
Interesting. Makes sense, though.
I need to know if we need to go after this guy or not.
I'd suggest we start tracking now before we lose the trail.
Very well.
Could it be possible that they wanted us to see them?
Very possible.
I hate to get caught in a trap. I really would. Because we're impetuous.
I will start heading that direction. Just
I will accompany Awna.
if we're talking, then we're walking when we do so.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You basically have two options here. Would you like to circumvent the village and just kind of make a little semicircle around to the north, or would you like to cut through the village itself?
I'm cutting through.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, straight line is the shorter distance. I was just trying to figure out. So you're actually kind of hightailing it back through the yurts and a handful of people that are outside.
Yep, shouldn't be too hard.
Sure.
It's nighttime now, right?
What was that?
It is nighttime, right?
Yes. Yes, the sun has almost completely disappeared at this point. It is at your back in the west.
I just pull up the hood of my elven cloak and keep following.
Willam will once again slip into rear guard position.
Okay. You
You're the least stealthy of the group.
yeah, it's easy enough to make your way through these oversized tent type of dwellings, and again, there's very few people that are out and about, and they don't seem to be making any moves to stop you. The music has stopped at this point, so there's a little bit of kind of people that we're watching that are now trying to find the source and figure out what is happening. But for the most part, there's still that aura of a little bit of uneasiness and fear, so people are largely staying back, staying well away. So yeah, you can cut through well enough.
Anthony, if anyone from inside that, if Willam catches anyone from inside the houses, peeking at them as they go by, yurts, he'll motion them, stay inside. Stay inside.
Okay. Yeah, it's fairly easy. This is only like maybe a 2-minute walk to at least get to the point where you saw him originally, Awna.
You said a 2-minute walk?
If that.
Okay.
Where exactly did you see this person?
He was right around here.
Yeah, so one of the larger yurts is nearby. Tent flap is closed. It's there's a light you can see from inside, but nobody seems to be at the entryway like there are with some of these other dwellings. And
As
then
we're walking, I try to discreetly cast a freedom of movement on myself.
okay. Yeah, I mean, anybody who recognizes spell casting would know, but outside of that, people are leaving you well enough alone that you should be fine.
All right.
Yeah, and if we're more or less outside of the little town, I'm going to cast Locate Object for the blue sapphire gem that Ryohn used to own.
Okay, and what's the range on that?
1,000 feet.
Anthony, taking a moment to activate Divine Sense. See if I detect any fiends or undead within 60 feet. And I'm getting in range of that large tent.
Fiend or undead? There's
Celestial fiend or undead, but
Okay.
I don't think celestial.
celestial will matter. Yeah, you're not picking anything up on those 3 fronts.
Okay. No.
Yeah, and I think you have enough details on your locate object that's simple enough. Do you have the spell up by any chance?
Yeah, I just cast it in.
Oh, there it is. Okay.
Ember.
Familiar to you. I'm going to say, based on the way that the spell is written, that you get no pings.
Okay.
But I will also give you an Arcana check to go along with that.
I'm just going to use one of my rolls, and it'll be a 20
Okay.
for my portent.
You gather that the blue gemstone that you saw may not necessarily be the exact same one that Ryohn had, and therefore may not necessarily, get pinged on the same. You're not familiar with the one that you saw, I guess.
What if it's the nearest object of a particular kind? Like the next section?
You were, let's see. You would have to, I would say you'd have to recast it with that caveat, because the way you cast it was for the first one, not the alternative casting. Does that make sense?
Is that how that's done, and not it doesn't just choose the alternative if you can't locate the specific one? Then it broadens that you have to cast it again?
That's what I'm picking up on, the idea of the alternate. You can cast it 2 different ways, but I think you need to specify. Otherwise, like you could try to find like a magical dagger, and the GM says, well, the one particular magical dagger you can't find, but there are 13 other magical daggers in the area. And I don't think that's how the spell is designed. Does that make sense?
Sure, yeah, we'll go with that. All right. Well, I'm not familiar with it, so I can't do that, so never mind.
But yeah, so if you wanted to cast it a second time and use it as the alternate casting, that's what I'm saying. You could do it again and try to find the nearest.
Well, it would still be a name or an object that is familiar to me, and I'm not familiar with it if it's a broad one, so that's not going to work.
The spell can locate the nearest object of a particular kind, so you could potentially use it to cast and try to find the nearest sapphire. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that's fine.
So it's up to you.
Okay. I'll tell him that the ping isn't showing up for Ryohn's sapphire, so...
Link, can you tell if anyone was here recently, and if so, can follow any sort of tracks?
I mean, I can look around for tracks to follow, but that's about all I can do.
Well, Awna did say she saw them roughly here.
If Link looks, I will assist.
Yeah, I mean, it's not hard to find tracks. I mean, you're literally standing on, I assume, Awna, you basically took them right to where you saw this person.
Yeah.
So you don't have to make an investigation. There are tracks here. You can make a survival check to try to follow the right ones. And then if someone is wanting to assist, then you can make it with advantage.
I'll assist.
Are you going to do that, Link?
Yes, I am.
Okay, cool.
All right.
You do have advantage, so go ahead and give it another shot.
Also, it's a survival check, not an investigation.
Sorry, thanks. Wrong one.
I was gonna say that +1 seems a little low.
There we go.
All right, that's a 21 on survival. It takes a couple seconds because, especially now that you're here, there's a number of footprints. But you find some that seem to have already been here and seem to also be headed to the north, as Awna described. And you can fairly easily make that out. You're not sure as you go on with the limited amount of light that you're going to have, whether you're going to be able to, you're basically almost going to have to continue to stumble across the footprints as you go, because you're not going to necessarily be able to see super far out in front of you. Does that make sense? But it's easy enough to track currently.
Alrighty.
Doesn't Link have... Yeah, wait. Link's an elf. He has dark vision.
Yes, dark vision is not the catch-all solution for everything. It is still dark, which means anything beyond your what Nona's like flame wristband thing is going to be able to give you is still going to be black and white.
Okay.
On just dirt ground.
It's not
Yeah.
covered.
Right.
That color, so harder to make out those differentiations.
Yeah, and it still is treated as dim light, which technically means once you leave the village where there's light, especially if you leave and are tracking far enough outside of Nona's light, then everything's going to be at disadvantage as you're searching as well. So keep that in mind.
Okay.
But yeah, I assume you guys are following Link, and I guess Willam was one helping here and moving to the north.
Grolyd is keeping his eye out for ambush.
Same.
Okay. Both of you can make perception checks.
Only an 11 for Grolyd.
Yeah, better than me. I got an 8.
All right, 11 and an 8. And once you get to the northern side of the village, which you guys haven't necessarily traversed, but as we were describing, it's easy enough to see everything that's going on here. It's just as wide open, as vast as when you were approaching. You know, you could all easily stand, you know, an eighth of a mile apart from each other wide and not run into anything as you're walking. There's just kind of nothing out there. So you feel free to spread out if you'd like, or stay close, you know, close knit and, you know, single fire or whatever. Just let me know what you're doing.
Willam's going to fall back again and suggest let's spread out a little bit so we're not all in range of one spell. If we do get ambushed, that feeling magic will be involved.
Very
Grolyd will
fire too.
Grolyd will move out a little bit, and if Link does lose the trail this way, he can, you know, we'll have a wider area to try picking it back up again.
Okay.
As long as Link seems to be following a trail or tracks,
Sure.
We'll just kind of stay far away, a little bit away, and following.
Okay. Fair
Right,
enough.
I'm gonna fan out to the left, about 20 feet.
All right. Link, you continue moving to the north, and at least for right now, you have a little bit of the light of Nona's wristband, and you have the backlight of the village behind you, and a few of the warm lanterns and such. You get probably 60 to 80 feet outside of the village, and there's a series of posts just kind of seem to be driven down into the sandy terrain. They stand maybe 3 to 4 feet high and probably maybe 8 inches around, fairly circular. A couple of them have some rope attached to them on the top. And this is visible to pretty much everybody unless you just have a really terrible perception check, or at this point, Nona's the only one that doesn't have dark vision either by racial or magical means, correct?
Correct.
But she's the one with the bracelet?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so at this point, everybody can pretty much see that as you're starting to approach. The tracks seem to lead you to a series of about 4 of these posts.
4 or 5?
There's 4.
Okay.
Do I just taking a look around? I'm looking for dung, specifically wyvern dung.
Make a investigation check.
The 16.
Okay. It takes a little bit of time, and you're not 100% certain what you found, but there are a couple of different types of dung here. Yes.
I get the distinct impression this is where they tie up the wyvern, or wyverns, as it were, meaning our quarry,
Anthony,
or prey.
Willam has a sudden inspiration.
Okay.
He'll say, look for spots of dead vegetation near the site. Don't wyverns have a poisonous sting? I understand that poison's pretty virulent. Maybe it would kill the grass or something near it if it drips occasionally.
There's not a ton around here. I'm giving this to you guys for free. You can search specifically, but this is rather badlands, if you remember the description from last week. It's pretty sparse vegetation.
Got it.
Yeah, so you could do a little bit of searching, but at least a quick glance, it's not a very fertile land right here.
Not enough to know.
Right. So Link, you actually, once you get to the posts, you do lose these footprints. But you can make me another survival check to see if you can pick up anything new.
I'll move a little closer to Link.
Okay. 23. As far as you can tell, what it looks like is these footprints move to one of these posts, and that set of track ends, but you've picked up on a fresh set of 4-legged footprints continuing to the north. As you're trailing with a 23, you're also fairly certain that it's moving at a pretty decent clip, just based on the spacing of the footprints. It starts out a little closer together, but as you continue to follow for 15-20 feet, you can see that the foot, the distance between them is increasing, as if it's speeding up to a run.
All right, I will let everybody know about that and see what they want to do. If we want to continue trying to follow it or what.
Can you tell what the beast or animal is that they got on based on the tracks?
Link, make me a nature check.
Dang.
All right, natural 20. Oh, that reminds me, because you didn't get the magic. There you go.
It's the one time I get a nat 20 and there's no sound effect.
You don't get the sound effect.
Oh.
It'll be a one so I can get my wah.
This is some sort of reptilian footprints. Based on the claw structure and like the size of the paws, you're fairly certain that this is something reptilian.
It looks to be some sort of reptilian. It could possibly be a wyvern or some other lizard, rather large one.
Best of your knowledge, sorry, I should have given you a little bit more on the natural 20. Best of your knowledge, this is some type of drake creature.
I was just about to throw that out there.
Yeah, well, I said it, but I didn't want to add that.
There's some sort of creature that they typically use up here as a mount that's rather odd.
There's a creature in Xhorhas itself, known as the Moorbounder, but it's more like a really, really ugly, like mix between like a hyena and a saber-toothed tiger.
Okay, so that is not this.
No.
Also, 6 legs.
Also, wyverns technically have 2 very powerful hind legs, but their front arms are actually attached to their wings themselves.
Yes.
Oh, that's right.
So, Link, you definitely can rule out this is not a wyvern. You would see signs of like the wings kind of dragging if it was actually running.
Out of character, drakes are not winged, right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. A drake, so like Captain Malden's little companion, but bigger, meaner, maybe.
Much bigger by these footprints, I would say.
Well, do we continue?
We're definitely not going to catch him when he's mounted. Not if we're all on foot.
No.
Don't need to catch him. I just need to be able to see him if I need to shoot him.
Considering he'll be moving faster than us and have a head start, you'll probably never even see him.
And again,
we might.
Do we want to track a destination?
That's what I was getting ready to mention. We could do that.
Grolyd, make a because of Link's nature check. Make a nature check of your own. Because drakes would fall under your purview of some kind of monster. You can actually do this with advantage if you want. I know that you'll need it.
I'll stick with the 25.
All right. The drakes, at least in that are around your area, because this is kind of your neck of the woods, you know that they work as a little bit of beasts of burden. But they're not necessarily faster than the average humanoid running. It's more just so whoever it's carrying doesn't get as tired. As far as you know, at least the ones that you're familiar with from your village, they're about the same speed as you are.
Hey, Pix, can Harry see any nearby?
He can certainly look. Harry, if you could. Could you try to spot any drakes within the immediate area? Don't go too far out though, and I'll lift Harry off.
Are you all waiting for this, or are you continuing moving? What's the play here?
Yeah, he can look while we're moving, so
I'll keep moving then.
I'm definitely walking.
Yeah, go ahead, and I'll actually, I'll say to the group, the more I think about it, the drakes aren't exactly fast. It's not like a horse. Not necessarily any faster than us, or at least the drakes in this area.
Well, Harry...
Maybe we could catch him.
Well, as long as Harry stays within 100 yards of me, he can keep me updated.
Have Harry make for him a perception check. You guys are continuing to move forward. Now you are slightly slowed as you're waiting for Link to continue following the trail. So if you want to actually keep up pace, you're going to have to forego knowing exactly where the tracks are going and have to guess a little bit more. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, a 9 and a natural 1, so plus 3, 12 on perception for Harry.
Yeah.
And what's he has dark vision, right?
He does.
Okay. Actually at I wouldn't say the edge, but far off in Harry's eye line, it's actually hard to see based on the way the light is in this area and just kind of the dead nothingness out. It's kind of hard to make out a whole lot, but he actually catches a glimpse of a very large creature that is, and you see wings, or he sees wings flapping and moving further to the north. So no sign of a drake, but he rolled well enough to pick up a very large, oversized flying creature.
Harry can't see any drakes, but, well, he does see at the in the far distance a very large flying creature. It's a little too dark and too far out to make out details, but with our luck, it may or may not be this wyvern that we've been repeatedly spotting. It's heading north. Where exactly is it in relation to us, Ken?
You're headed roughly north, and it is also headed roughly north.
Mm-hmm. But it's like, say, further south behind us?
No. It's ahead of you.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it's not coming up from behind. He's looking ahead for the drake. Didn't see the drake, but sees a flying creature instead.
All right, I wanted to clarify. It's further north ahead, but it's heading in the same direction as us.
Perhaps it's tracking the drake.
Who can say?
I can.
Of course you can.
Wait, that's not helpful for you, is it?
No. So are we going to take our time following these tracks, or just head north a little bit quicker and hope to catch up?
I would suggest we follow the tracks, but perhaps you can ask Harry to keep an eye on that flying thing. If it is a wyvern and rider tracking the drake, it would be a good idea to keep it in its location in mind. Also a good thing to know if it turns and comes our direction.
If that's a wyvern and it's airborne, it can probably see us. Just
Well,
bear that in mind.
It is heading north, so we're currently behind it.
And it's ignored us the last several nights.
It can turn its head. We must assume that it's aware of us. We should assume that we do not have any element of surprise.
Link, who is up in the front with you right now? Is it Grolyd?
I had thought it was Grolyd, yes.
Okay. Want the two of you make perception checks as you're continuing forward, or Link do survival and Grolyd perception. Up to you.
Uh, 18 on my perception.
Okay.
11 on my survival.
Link, it's a little bit harder as the party is trying to kind of make up for lost ground, and so you're having to sort of track as you jog. It's a little bit harder to find stuff, and just as you thought, hey, maybe I've lost the trail, Grolyd, you see a probably an 8 to 10 foot long creature just kind of standing out in the middle of nowhere. It seems to kind of be breathing a little bit heavily off in the distance.
And I'll point it out to everyone else. It's a creature there.
How much do you want to bet he rode the drake here to pick up the wyvern and is now on the wyvern?
My thoughts exactly.
You still moving forward?
Yep.
Yeah. And I'll have Harry keep trying to keep track of the that large flying creature that he spotted.
He can make another perception check.
Okay. better, 18.
Okay. He can track it for a little bit, but eventually this is far outpacing all of you. And the last thing you see is this like pure white speck off in the distance, and you can't really make out anything beyond that.
Okay.
The rest of you on foot, though, do catch up to what appears to be some kind of a black drake that is just kind of standing there, catching its breath, munching on a couple of like berries from the region and some grubs, just kind of this mush type thing. Just seems to be content and largely ignoring you at the moment as you kind of sort of are coming up on its flank. Does not appear to have a rider at all.
Does it have rider's gear? Does it have a saddle? Does it have tack? Bridle?
It's not the way you would have with a horse, but it does appear that it has enough of a, like a blanket type of thing thrown over with a little bit of steering equipment affixed to the head, that type of thing. It's a little more rudimentary, but at the same time, probably built specifically for this type of creature rather than trying to retrofit something like a saddle that you would use for a horse.
It's not a wild creature.
Correct. Yes.
How close are we to it?
At this point, for you to pick that out, you're probably no more than about 60 feet away. It's kind of, like I said, you're coming up sort of on its flank. It can probably, unless you are being super quiet, it can probably spot you out of the corner of its eye, so you're not directly behind it, but you're largely behind it. It's got its back to you.
I cast Dominate on it.
Dominate monster? Go for it.
Or at least try. How do I do? Do I just cast it like a spell? Will it know that that's from the...
At the end, do -I, and that's going to ignore spell slots, and so you basically can cast whatever you want. And I need to know what the DC is.
It says DC 13.
Okay,
I'm
wisdom?
not sure which one. Let's see.
I believe it's wisdom.
Excuse me.
I don't see what it says when you...
Yeah, the second sentence. Must succeed on a wisdom saving throw. On the spell itself, not on the item.
Oh, okay, yeah, I'm looking at the item.
Yeah, so wisdom, DC 13.
Do I have a target to do or no?
No, because you're not in combat. I'll make the save, just use your... Well, I guess you don't even have a spell slot for it. It rolls a 9 plus 0. So that is a failure.
Finally, actually trigger it.
And that is Dominate Monster, right?
Yes.
Yep, there you go. Yeah, so this creature just kind of stops its chewing and kind of turns its head and looks over at all of you.
I hold my hand out to it. Come on, boy, come on.
It lowers its head and picks up like the last bit of grubs and worms, and then as it's munching, it trots over to you.
There's a good boy. I'll pat it on the head.
All of you have seen Ryohn attempt at some point to do something with the monster before. This is his first attempt that has gone well.
Oh yeah, isn't there a like a visual?
Yeah, it's got a slight crown on its head.
Yes, so for your purposes, this looks very similar to basically when it was first cast. It looks like Ryohn placed an illusory or semi-illusory version of the crown that he currently wears on his head on the monster. And now the monster is coming closer to you wearing said crown.
Ryan?
I walk up and meet it.
Ryan, what are you doing?
Being a friend.
Oh, okay. Well, why?
Because I can.
But that.
Can I pet it?
Sure. I talk
Immediately over there.
know that she's not going to hurt it. I don't know if it actually understands me per se, but I presume it does.
The spell says you have a telepathic link, but basically you can use the link to give it commands. So you're not necessarily going to be able to like be best buddies and beast companion type of thing with it, but you can at least say, "Don't eat this person," and it will listen.
Don't eat her; she's good.
As I walk up, I hold out my hand, let him get a good sniff. Give it a scratch once it's okay with it again. Okay, that's cool.
It kind of sniffs a little bit, and then you get this belch that smells both sweet and sour at the same time. You smell both the berries and the grubs.
Oh, dinner's that good, I see.
Is there anything?
With due respect to your friend-making abilities, Ryan, we don't have time for this.
What do we have time for?
Well, if we can't find the person we're chasing, and they've clearly outpaced us at this point, perhaps we should investigate where they came from.
Well, first, check the beast. Did the creature leave any traces on it? Is there anything? It doesn't appear to have any saddle bags or anything similar, but I would check just in case. Perhaps it left something behind.
Yeah, I'll ask the Drake if it actually has any anything that it's holding on for the person who was riding it a couple minutes ago.
That's not because it can't communicate back with you. That's not the type of thing that it's going to be able to respond to.
Or tell it to show me anything that it may have been left by the rider.
The best that it can do is just kind of plop down, and it looks like it's struggling to remove the the saddle type of component on its back.
All right, so I'll look at the saddle and inspect that, see if anything's stuck in there with it.
Make an investigation check.
Nice.
It's 17.
17. You're largely unfamiliar with reptilian riding paraphernalia, but as far as you can tell, this looks like the type of seat that you would put on a drake. There doesn't seem to be anything, stuffed into the seat or whatever as you're looking through. No hidden compartments or anything.
It was worth a check.
Maybe you should check around to see if you can find any tracks from where the drake was.
Yeah. I'll call Harry back and then tell the others. Whatever that thing was, it outpaced Harry's eyesight. The only thing he could really make out before it was out of his vision was that it was some pure white speck he managed to see before it disappeared.
White. Interesting.
But it was still heading north.
Looks like he got away.
Yes.
Shall we return?
The thing is, we've been seeing this thing return, and it's very likely it will return. I doubt it's just leaving this drake here.
Well, that's if it's the same wyvern.
The drake is probably disposable. Matter of fact, the drake might be from the village.
So do we go
Regardless, I
back and
think
get some
that's-
sleep?
Well, let's see if there is at least any kind of tracks or anything of where the drake was of this other creature. We can at least confirm what it might have been.
You mean when it landed?
Yes. Where it had been waiting for whoever.
Yeah, you're largely in that same area. It was only, like I said, maybe 60 feet away when Ryohn dominated it. So you're largely in that same area. If somebody wants to make an investigation check to try to find any other tracks.
Yeah, I will.
I'll help with that.
Okay, go for it. You gonna help or you gonna make your own?
I'll make my own
Oh, okay.
investigation.
Yeah.
That's a 10.
$14.
14 and a 10. Awna, Pix, you can make it out, but you get lost in like the size of these footprints. Awna, you're able to kind of pick up the fact that there seems to be 4 distinct footprints, and they again appear to be reptilian in nature.
Wow, these things are big.
Any other footprints? Just those?
Just those.
All right. So either the guy was very big, or he hopped from the drake directly onto the wyvern.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean there's a fair enough. You can make out a little bit of humanoid stuff with the 14. You're not going to be able to figure out details, but yes, sorry, no, this wasn't a cinematic drive-by jumping thing.
Aw.
Then this character was very large. No, I'm just kidding. Oh well. Humanoid.
Yeah, there's at least 2 or 3 that you can make out that haven't been just completely disturbed by either this drake that you now have in your possession, or the other creature as it seemed to be taking off. But yeah, largely there seems to be quite a few of these 4 different large footprints, as if it maybe was kind of standing there waiting for a while, and so adjusting its stance every once in a while, plopping down, that type of thing.
Find anything, Awna?
Not really. Just the creatures waiting around.
It was very big.
Bigger than we think a wyvern would be?
I don't know how big a wyverns would be. All I can tell you is that they're big.
Are we certain it was just one creature?
I can't really make heads or tails of it.
Yeah, just 2 sets. One for the drake, one for the flying creature.
Awna, you can make a nature check, largely based on a previous conversation a few minutes ago.
Yeah, I know something that Willam can't figure out. I'm trying to see if
27.
I believe this came up in conversation before. The wyvern would only have 2 sets of large footprints, and the front paws would look completely different. Based on what Grolyd was describing earlier, and Grolyd, you can correct me if maybe you didn't actually state this out loud, but based on what Grolyd was describing earlier, this doesn't seem to match that description.
Well, we're looking at tracks, and it could have moved its feet, and they would appear to have more. But yeah, there's some prints here, and
are there wing prints?
I'll go take a look at these tracks and see if I can't determine what they are.
Yeah, Awna, you can point them out easy enough. You know for certain you didn't see any wing drag marks anywhere.
Okay, I'll do that.
Go ahead, Grolyd, you can make your nature check with Awna's assistance there.
Is that with advantage?
Yes, both because of the beast and because Awna's helping you.
That'll be a 23.
Yeah, so you're picking up on basically what I think Awna knows and maybe just is outright saying, this wasn't a wyvern. It was another very large reptilian creature that had 4 land-based legs, not flight-based arms. This seems more like it is still large in size, but this seems more like a larger version of these drakes, i.e. some type of an actual dragon.
Yep.
Yeah.
As soon as Pix said white, Willam was just white speck. If that's truly the champion of Tiamat,
this was likely some kind of a dragon.
Yeah.
Pix, you said Harry described the speck vanishing as white?
Pure white. And if, Ryan, your artifact is anything to go by, as it was based off a previously, evil Tiamat aligned one, I could see that if what Awna saw as true, that this person has all 5 of these gems, if they had some dominion over weaker dragons.
Tiamat is the queen of dragons.
Extremely possible.
Very possible. And that makes this person incredibly dangerous.
Ryan is again regretting his decision.
I am second guessing it at least.
I could have had a dragon?
I'll have to settle for a drake.
For an hour.
Thought it was 24 hours.
No, it says 60 minutes.
Check the item, see if the item changes it, but the spell itself is concentration for 1 hour.
Better get to feeding it to make friends.
Yeah, on a successful save, the target is immune. Target's immune. On a failure,
if they make the save, you can't attempt it again for 24 hours.
Okay. Oops. I thought it was spellbound for 24 hours, not immune.
Well, as much as I'm sure this drake is nice, it's we can't say how it will react once the spell wears off, so I think we're better off leaving it here.
Actually, I tell it to sit down if it's standing, and I try to take the saddle off of it.
So while y'all are all doing this, you see Grolyd has taken out a quill and some parchment and is writing a note. He then shows the note to all of you and had you read it real quick. It's very short, and I've posted what's on the note in chat. I was planning to send this to Dahan, see if he could give us any more information. I wasn't sure if I should mention the gems.
Well, did Dahan know about the gems?
I would mention them. Grolyd.
Dahan
Mentioned it as of this point.
Dahan has seen Ryohn with first one and then later, I believe, 2 gems on his forehead and has expressed concern about him, but largely has decided to trust the lot of you together to keep him in check. That's what he had told you. So he does know at least about some of that because you guys were not able to hide that from him on his forehead.
I mean, he's seen Ryohn with gems in his head. I think it would be pertinent to mention that those gems are on someone else, and there's 5 of them. They have 5 of them.
We don't know that for sure. We only know that Awna saw what appeared to be 5 colors. But it's worth mentioning the possibility. Because those gems did confer, each one conferred a little bit more power, didn't it, Ryan?
Indeed. Each of those gems brought with it some sort of resistance to being attacked or damaged.
Definitely prudent to mention the gems that are controlled.
And at that, Grolyd will append the note to say we believe we spotted what may be the 5 gems, the 5 chromatic colored gems in this potential champion's forehead. And I will said potential.
And should we at least confirm Daon's suspicions about Wrathfell?
I think this does confirm his suspicions about Wrathfell. And at that, I'll give the ink a moment to dry, sand it down and whatnot, roll it up and pop it in the tube.
Okay, go ahead and read that out loud for people listening.
My apologies. So Grolyd pens a note stating that we have found who we believe to be a champion of Tiamat. This person has escaped us on what we believe may be a young white dragon and flown north of Wrathfell. We also believe we have seen on the forehead of this champion the 5 chromatic colored gems.
All right. And you hear as it's drawn up. At this point, you guys are probably Link. You would probably know the distance you've been tracking, and correct me if I'm wrong. I believe you guys are basically still at the spot where the dragon took off. Correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Yes. So at this point, you're probably about a half a mile north of the village. Those of you with decent eyesight can still make out just the glow behind you in the distance.
Makes sense now why this village is so afraid of him.
Yes. I'd suggest we move back that direction.
Agreed. There's more than just a hinterlands cult if the actual champion is involved.
He may well be this prince they spoke of. And not be, but maybe. I use the word spoke loosely. The prince they wrote about. And if anyone is giving him quizzical looks or looks like they maybe doesn't remember what he's talking about, he'll show them the note that we got from the cultists outside of Felderwin. Is that the name of it?
Yes.
I vaguely recall that.
Pix, you fell asleep last week, but it was in your belongings because you had looted that last time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry about that. Just tired for whatever reason.
No, you're good. But Pix would recall that because you pulled it out of your pack and gave it to Grolyd last week.
Oh, cool.
It is possible the more we linger around this village, the more in danger they are.
I would say they're in danger as long as this cult is here.
I would agree with that.
So are we going to stay and take the cult out?
Well, I mean,
We have to know who they are.
I think Grolyd made a good progress on that. They're being subtle, but not subtle enough for him.
So we take the cult out and then the dragon rider comes back and destroys the village?
Or we stop him before he does that?
We don't even know where he is right now.
Yeah, but if we take out the cult, he might come back, or we just leave him and just cut the head off the snake, so to speak.
If the cult isn't there, is the village even worth his attention?
We could ask the people of the village.
Also, the village might be able to move.
But they're also effectively holding the village hostage.
It's possible. But that means at some point, when they no longer need the village, you think they'll just leave?
Not likely, but if we provoke them, we're certainly going to put the village in danger ourselves.
Possible. But they're already in danger at this point. At least some danger.
That's true, but they could also use the village as that leverage against us. Because, let's face it, one spark, the whole place goes up in flames.
But what use is the village once they're done with it?
Why is it here in the first place? What is it about the village that drew their attention?
It's in the middle of nowhere.
Maybe something nearby.
Yes, but there are many villages in the middle of nowhere. Why this one? That's what I'm curious about. What drew them here specifically?
We'll need to investigate to find that out.
I wonder how long the village has been sitting here, because they're a mobile village, obviously. So they don't really put down roots, I'm going to guess, right? Looks like Grolyd. So they've been here for longer than normal. That's a good indication of something, I'm going to say, nearby.
Well, and we can always ask them if we go back to the village.
Correct.
If we can get them to talk.
Anthony.
Yes.
Does Grolyd know what gender Vorgol was?
Vorgol, by all accounts, was male. But largely what people remember about Vorgol was not male or female. Vorgol was just mean. It didn't really matter.
I was curious because, I mean, if this guy just flew away on potentially a young white dragon, it could have been one of Vorgol's children.
Gotcha.
Still potentially could be.
So sorry, I guess I was more vague than I meant to be. White dragons are often the most feral of all the dragons. They're not as smart unless you're talking more instinct based of intelligence. So I mean in that way. If you could give a dragon a class, white dragons would be the barbarian.
Makes sense.
nothing else, we should probably start heading back.
Aye, let's. And Grolyd will march off.
Pix will be right behind him.
Same.
In your guard. But
All right, heading back to the village. Ryan, if you're trying to actually get that thing off the Drake. Sorry, I just saw your message. Depends on how long you're wanting to take to do it.
I would have been trying to do it while we were doing all this talking.
Okay. You guys, during all this, you see Ryohn struggling to get this saddle seat type thing off of the Drake.
I'll help you. I'll help you. Hang on.
I
I'm just gonna start walking to the village.
Yeah, I imagine most people are actually doing that as well. You can make an animal handling check, Ryohn, to see how well you're able to do this. This is basically, you can figure it out eventually, but it's basically how well this thing is cooperating. It's not going to like outright, be belligerent, but whether it's going to help in the process or not.
It should be interesting. It's one of my worst rolls.
I imagine for most of you, it's going to be one of your worst rolls.
Total of 18, though.
18. Yeah, with the help of this illusory crown that you've given it, it seems to cooperate enough that, yeah, you can fold up the blanket. It's probably almost 12 feet long. It's like 12 by 6, slightly padded. Seems like it's mostly there to make sure that legs aren't going to chafe against the scales of this creature. Plus, if this thing's out in the sun, you imagine those scales are going to get quite warm. And then just more of a flat platform on top with like a little wedge to help it, so you're not flopping over side to side on like the peak of this thing's spine.
Got it. All right, and then as the last command I give him, I say, head east, be free.
It looks at you and then turns to the west.
The other way, and I point.
And then it turns around and just kind of stomps off to the east.
And I'll try to catch up with the rest of the group, thanking Nona for her assistance.
You're welcome.
Thunk.
Yep, go ahead and pull it out and read it.
Quick note that says pressure the leadership or comfort the locals. Someone will talk.
Ryohn suggests we pressure the leaders or comfort the locals. Expect someone will talk about what's going on in Wrathfell.
the reason we can't do both.
The thought had also occurred to me.
Well then, who wants to do what?
Not sure how comforting a presence I am. Though, I surprise myself sometimes.
Are you taking largely the same path back?
Probably more direct if it's possible, but if not, yes.
Watch for an ambush on the way back. Those cultists that were in the village could have set one up after we trailed their leader out. Don't assume the terrain is clear. I'm saying that out loud there.
No. Yeah, fair. We weren't exactly subtle.
Wise words. And Grolyd will keep an eye out.
Sure. Make a perception check. I assume you're up close to the front then?
He usually is.
Yeah, and I'm there beside him, but I'm more keeping in mind spells.
That's a 15 on perception.
All right. You don't see anything that would jump out at you as activity at all, ambush or not, on your way back. It's largely just as dead as it was on your path to the north.
Keeps an eye out anyways and keeps moving.
All right. Doesn't take too long. I assume you guys are not dawdling on your way back to town, especially as you're not having to follow tracks and you can just see the warm glow of the village in the distance. That it's only going to take you maybe 10 minutes or less to walk the half mile. And that's if you're super slow.
So shall we sleep and see if what we can do in the morning, or shall we start immediately?
Rest would be good. And I think I'd prefer to be in daylight if we're going to be running.
So sleep now, and then get back to the town in the morning.
Well, I mean, we're practically here already. But yes.
Yeah, as this conversation is happening, you're within maybe 120 feet of the northern edge of the village again.
I can set a bubble up. Do we want to be near the village?
Well, let's go back to where our camp was. It's still a perfectly good camp. We didn't pack anything up as far as I know, unless of course it was pillaged while we were gone.
Be a good idea to double check.
Whisky, as you get to the edge of the camp, make a perception check.
All
right, 25. Everybody else having their conversation, you're still a little bit more lost in thought about the previous activities before you left a town. And being the bard, you're always drawn to melodic sounds. And you get closer to village, you do hear a single clear voice, not singing any type of words, but almost like making up their own syllabic consonants that just kind of fits with the melody. It's sad, it's mournful, and as you get right to the edge, you realize somebody is actually singing the melody of the song that you just played. It sounds like a child's voice.
I'm going to head in that direction.
So you guys are at the edge of the village and contemplating just heading back to the camp. You see Whisky just kind of beeline right into the middle of the village.
Whisky? and Bix will follow after him.
Whisky, you get to almost the heart of the whole place. It's one of the smallest yurts that you've passed, and during your parade earlier, you literally walk past each and every one of these at least once. It's one of the smallest ones, and you get a little bit closer, and somebody inside of this particular one is just kind of making up, like I said, not really making up words, but just kind of singing random syllables and consonants and vowels to blend into some form of the song that you just played. It's the type of thing where if you hear a song like on the radio where somebody's played and you don't really know how it goes, but the melody's stuck in your head, and so you still want to sing it, but you don't really know how to sing it right. That's kind of what you're hearing.
I swing the Gertie around and slowly play the tune that she's singing.
The voice stops and you hear this like gasp in of and you actually hear as you start playing it, and those of you outside of the camp and pictures you're getting a little closer, you hear Whisky start playing the song from earlier.
I know the lyrics, so I will just quietly sing them.
You hear the voice inside now just kind of humming a little bit, and as you sing through the chorus once, then you make the turn and you repeat it, and you hear the little voice inside now harmonizing. You know, whoever this little kid is has picked up on the words, now singing the words, and is matching and singing harmony with you.
If a tabaxi can smile, I make one. Just while I'm standing there playing. And I'll wait and play, because sooner or later I'm hoping they will come out.
You actually see first a number of other, like you saw before, that some of the tent flaps open up. Make an insight check as you're playing.
It's only a 12. I may be distracted by their singing.
The looks on their faces are different. It's hard for you to pinpoint because you are, like you said, you're very distracted by this voice and making sure that you're playing well also. But the looks on the faces as they're looking out are slightly different than they were moments ago. It's subtle, but you notice a change.
I'll just look at them and smile as I sing very softly.
Okay, make me one more perception check.
Nice.
Natural 20, so 26. You almost miss her. You make a couple of passes and do the whole thing where like you can just kind of turn slowly so you can see like full 360 degrees. And it's not until like your second time around that your eyes lock on an old elven woman. And she's looking at you. She's kind of soaking it in. And there's just this deep sadness in her eyes. And the more you peer at her, the more her eyes, like she deflects and she looks down. Yeah, she can't keep eye contact with you anymore. Everybody else seems to have a little bit more enjoyment. And it's not that she's not enjoying what you're playing, but there's definitely notes of sadness in what you're seeing with her. This is different from the fear that you were experiencing before from everyone.
I actually keep singing. I stop the Gertie and I put my arm out as if to hug her, for her to come over for a hug, to see if she will.
She kind of looks up a little bit, head lifted, and you can see tears kind of coming down her cheeks and she sees your hand outstretched, and she just kind of quickly shakes her head no, and just kind of, as the tears are still coming down, she just kind of steps back a few more steps and closes the flap of the tent.
It was a chance to see. So, and then I'll just go back to playing the gritty. So.
As you look back at the source of the other voice, you turn around and almost scare yourself as there's a little humanoid child that's standing right beside you now, singing just as clearly as you are, and without the Gertie, it's just the two of you, two-part a cappella singing. And this little kid is just, whenever you look in their direction, they're just beaming. While the old woman could not keep eye contact, this kid can't stop just staring at you, wide-eyed, huge grin on their face, loving every minute of this.
I will see if this will work. Whisky, like, you know how you tried to coax the people to sing along?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm going to do, to see if people will join in.
You kind of do like gesture with your hands to try to encourage other people to jump in, that type of thing. Yeah. Make a persuasion check.
See if I can spell tonight. 15.
All right. There's a few scattered. Go ahead. What's that? I'm really good at it. So, but yeah. +8 is pretty solid.
Resistant. That's all.
There's a few scattered voices that, they do actually start to chime in, especially if you're just kind of looping on just that mournful chorus. You've sung it enough that it's starting to kind of stick with them. It takes a little bit of time, but yeah, you're starting to hear, and those of you on the outside that maybe haven't been able to see as much of this, you're starting to hear voices pop up from across the camp. If you've played Dragon Age Inquisition, it's that moment when Liliana is singing the song, and then suddenly everybody all across Haven is singing the same song all over the place.
Pix will also join in, but obviously he can't really sing with his own voice, so he's copying Whisky.
Frank Sinatra.
Yeah, Whisky, you hear your own voice behind you.
Yes. I figured as much.
Join in with his ocarina.
Okay, yeah, you hear just this little very, very airy flute sound just kind of sweeping over the outside of the camp. It's a very haunting song anyway, but with all the voices and then this just very wispy, airy flute on the outside, it almost sounds like a ghost has joined into the song as well.
As much as it looks like people are upset, and it is a good way to make them kind of loose, let it go.
Cathartic.
What's everybody else doing at this point?
Actually, what I'm going to do, since everybody else seems to be kind of enraptured by this, I'm going to look for people who seem to not like what's going on.
Make a perception check.
I'm actually in the camp sleeping.
Okay, so you just bypassed all of it and went to bed.
Yeah.
That's
Said,
a
yes,
total of
tomorrow, so
10.
I'm resting.
I see how much Willam likes music.
Yeah.
Hey, what can I say? You lulled me to sleep.
Right.
10.
I don't see much
We'll
of
go
it.
over and
Yeah, Ryan, it's hard for you to gauge, especially on the outside of camp. You're not really sure. And especially, I think probably harder for you. You're coming at it from a gambler's perspective. So you're trying to find people's tells. And so it's sometimes, I think, harder for you to gauge people who are telling the truth with their faces, because you're so used to trying to read between the lines of what their faces are saying.
Right. And I'm on the outskirts, so it's harder to see people inside the town too.
Right. You kind of have the weird shadows being cast from torch lights and stuff. Yeah.
Nona will go back into town and join in the scene. Why not?
Yeah, so Whisky, a handful of your partners have joined you as well.
That's important. And I'm not moving around. I'm standing right there. So it's not like I'm prancing or dancing.
At some point, as you haven't been playing the gurdy for a little while, your arms have kind of just naturally fallen back to your sides, and you feel this small little hand kind of take a hold of yours. It's a little awkward because you're still holding onto the instrument as well, but the little child is trying to like hold on to you while they keep singing.
Well, the gurdy's on a strap, so that's fine. I'll just swing the gurdy around and hold her hand.
Fair enough, yeah. It takes a little bit of time, and you do hear a few voices just kind of drop out eventually, but the ones that continue seem to grow stronger, and it does seem like as some drop out, some join in. It's almost like eventually it's like, fine, I'll sing too, that type of thing.
And I've done the chorus 12 times. I don't need it anymore.
And if you wait long enough, then eventually you kind of feel a tug from that hand that's holding onto you, and you see that this little child is trying to like pull you closer to their yurt.
That seems odd. No, I will go that direction if she's pulling.
Yeah, it's only 10, 12 feet away. Everything is pretty close in proximity from each other. Yeah, they pull you a little bit closer, and you can see their mother is standing there, and you can see like she's got a big grin on her face as well, and there's a little plate that she's actually offering you with some food, some smoked meats, some cheeses. It's nothing super fancy, but it's decent food.
I reach my hand out and take it and say thank you so much.
Your voice stops here, and there's a little bit of faltering from the other voices as they don't hear you anymore. And the child.
Well, there's a facsimile of me.
And the child also, just because they're interacting more with you, and their mom has stopped. But as it falters, it does seem like it still continues. It's not as strong, it's not as beautiful sounding, but at the same time, even with the two of you dropping out, there is the continuation of this song as you eat the food.
To Whisky, it sounds beautiful.
Oh, I'm sure, yeah.
Is there anybody in my group next to me?
I'd say I'd have gotten next to you, but I haven't moved.
Have you gone?
Swing the plate around and offer you some food.
Did you go in?
No, I went to the entrance.
They're basically at the entrance, like the opening of the tent flap.
Grolyd sees the solace away from all the large group of people and is right there next to you. And has looked and is still looking slightly uncomfortable.
What I heard was Grolyd sees food and is right there next to you.
Yes.
Add a character note, Grolyd is way too paranoid to eat that food.
No, actually, I hear Grolyd looking for an opportunity to question this lady.
No, the reality is Grolyd is looking to get out of the spotlight that you have put us all in. There are way too many eyes looking in our direction, and he is very uncomfortable with this much attention.
Yeah, you're standing. Both of you are standing right there in the entrance, and it's probably maybe 10-foot diameter circular structure. It's not big by any means, but it also looks like it's just this woman and her child in this space.
Like the huts on the steps.
Yeah, in large part.
For those who don't know what the steps are.
But
Share the food with Grolyd, and I'm sure Grolyd's not going to eat any. Right,
Yeah.
that's it.
Yeah, the structures basically look like this.
Pick stops and moves closer and partakes if it's offered.
It's a relatively small plate. Like
Yeah,
it's,
no, I don't take
it's
a lot.
it's not meant to whiskey. It probably wouldn't even be enough to constitute a full meal for you. But they don't seem to balk if you want to share it with your friends.
I have showing kindness to others too. So she shared it with me, and I share it with someone else. So whether they accept that, that's
Grolyd will pass on it. However, Grolyd will go into his pack and pull out a day's worth of rations and hold it out to the woman.
You hear over the voices, so it's kind of hard to make out because she doesn't talk loudly, but you hear, we do well enough. Thank you, though. You being travelers, you deserve the hospitality. Keep your food.
Simply wish to return a favor. He'll smile and put it away.
She gestures to Whiskey and to her child and says, I was already returning a favor. Still big grin on her face.
I'll just nod.
We get very few outsiders. Forgive the strangeness of our... She pauses for a second. It's just she's trying to find the right word and eventually says, culture?
yes.
It's not strange at all. I hail from these parts.
She looks at you kind of up and down a little bit and then says, so then you know.
I have not been in the area for some time. Several years.
So then you don't know.
So something is wrong?
I suspect it's why we're here.
Her eyes kind of dart back and forth, and she gestures for the two of you, and I guess Pix if you're
Pix will
there
stay
enough.
outside. Pix will stay outside, sitting by the flap, but will otherwise be just act like he's just sitting down, taking in the sights.
So she pulls in
Same with
her
Nona.
child and gestures for the two of you to come inside. The Pix, you and Awna and Link, if you're still playing, the voices are starting to die out a little bit. It is one of those things where how many times can I sing the same chorus before I just get tired of it?
I didn't teach them anything else.
Right. So she kind of pulls you guys inside and drops the tent flap and says, I do not believe we have much time. What do you know?
Excuse me.
We have reason to be. Go ahead, Whiskey.
What do we know? Are you being oppressed by a cult of people?
She looks around a little bit more and says, that may be partially true.
We saw someone on a, I don't even know how to describe him. But I can just say it straight out. A dragon cult?
Again, the eyes kind of dart back and forth, and they keep glancing back to the door flap as if she's waiting for it to open. And she says,
we have friends outside, do not worry.
She says again, that may be true.
Hicks will pick up the chorus again, mimicking Whisky. But yeah, see if he
Nona will join.
Help extend this.
Make both of you make a performance check. See if you can persuade people to keep singing.
And Grolyd will actually look at the woman as, nobody's going to come through that flap and then through me. Please feel free to speak freely. We are here to help.
No one will come through that flap tonight. What about when you're gone?
Well, hopefully when we're gone, we have rid the problem that you are having.
That's why we're here.
She looks back at both of you directly and says, that's assuming that there's a problem.
That is true.
I have not confirmed that there is one. And Grolyd, you're kind of passive. Both of you actually, you're passive insight because your wisdoms are relatively high. I think Grolyd, especially yours. Passive, like insight. You know she's trying her best to tell you as much as possible without actually outright telling you anything. You're very much picking up on that. She's not necessarily doing a good job of it, which is why it's so easy to pick up on.
So the out of character, the tent that was the one that you had mentioned that there was light inside, the flap was closed, and it was near where we saw the person,
right,
that we were chasing. Is there a way for me to describe where it is to her so that she would know what I was talking about?
The best way to describe it is that it is one of the largest ones, and it definitely is the northernmost yurt.
All right. I'll look at her. So just curiosity. Who does the large tent, the most northern tent, belong to? Very nice tent.
Some would say that belongs to Chief Fatla. I could not say for certain.
I understand your situation, so we will just leave it at that. I'd like for you and your daughter to be safe. So that you do not sleep with one eye open.
If you wish to hear more about the one I assume you seek, look for Vila in the village. If she tells you more, you will know more. If she doesn't want to speak to you, well, then you're on your own.
Is she the older elven woman?
She kind of cocks her head and looks at you and says, actually, yes. And that's like the very first, just straight up confirmation she's given you about anything. And she catches herself and says, well, maybe. That may be her.
But I thank you for everything.
We thank you as well.
And for your daughter, because she has touched my heart tonight.
I will not be able to get her to stop singing this for days, so I don't know. I thank you now. I'm sure I will blame you later.
I'm sure you will. But if she wants to continue her singing, don't stop her. She has a beautiful voice.
That she does. If you... And she catches herself and says, never mind, you're far too busy. Never mind.
What's that? What's that?
If you have time or have opportunity, perhaps you have a spare instrument, or maybe you could bring one. And again, she stops herself and says, that's far too much to ask. Forgive my forwardness.
No, not at all. I will look and see what I can do. What do you think she would like?
Anything. She's been, well, like this. And you hear even now, like she's just kind of singing, humming to herself and playing with dolls in the corner and stuff like that. Basically since before she could speak. And she gestures more broadly to the rest of the village. You also see how the rest are. They could use it as well. If we do, they've long been put away.
Well, let's deal with the situation so that if I do give her an instrument, it is not put away.
Very
so
good.
to speak.
And she kind of shakes her head out of, almost as she transitioning from that conversation back to the other one and says, if there is such a situation, then I wish you the best.
Yes.
And Grolyd actually reaches back into his pack and pulls out a horn. This isn't a musical instrument per se, but if you do find yourself in danger while we are still camped outside, you or your daughter may blow on it, and nobody but I will hear it. I will come running. And he hands her the horn of, I can't remember the name suddenly, the horn of silent alarm.
Yeah.
Horn of black.
You see the child, her eyes light up as soon as she sees it and comes running over with like a full set of lungs, like mouth wide open as if she's ready to just go blast into it right away.
This one is not for playing. This is a tool.
I will pull out my flute as she's running over.
And now she's like, arms are reaching toward both of them and kind of stops halfway and just like trips and falls over.
Oh.
Just like climbs back to her feet and stands back up and just kind of is standing there, head going back and forth, looking at both of them.
I'm going to, I give this to the mom and say, at the moment she can borrow this to practice, and I'll see what else I can get. If not, then we'll talk about it.
And again,
I
this
find
one
instruments in this area very limiting. So,
and again, this one not a musical instrument. This one is a tool.
the girl keeps blowing on it, and Grolyd's got a headache.
Yeah, exactly. It only works 4 times a day, so.
Guess how many times I woke up from my long rest? 4.
Yeah, exactly. But keep this one. And only use it in an emergency. I will come running. And I hand it to the mother.
Now, if your daughter learns to play this flute while we're here, you and I need to discuss something before I leave.
You see the girl has already kind of taken it and is kind of looking it over and blowing like into the hole. Eventually, like it takes her maybe 30 seconds, and then she kind of gets a whoo type of sound on it. And then she points at the horn and points at her mother and just kind of nods. And you can definitely tell, okay, I'm going to take this. You take that one, Mom. And the mother again looks at you and says, you don't understand what this means. She doesn't speak. The only way she's ever communicated is through something like this. It's why I named her Coral.
It's beautiful.
Are you certain you can part with this?
Yes.
And then she looks to you, Grolyd, and says, I assume you'll be back for this.
If it becomes necessary that you should keep said item, we'll discuss that in the future. But for now, it is my intention.
And she nods and just kind of looks, her eyes instinctively go back to the tent flap again and says, you should go before the villagers begin to speak. I am a good woman.
Fare thee well. And Grolyd will start headed out the tent flap.
When I leave the tent, I hand the plate back and go, thank you so much for the food. Out loud so people can hear. Thank you. It's very much appreciated.
Before you leave for good, make sure you bring everyone back. If things go the way that you say that they will, perhaps we can all have something to celebrate soon enough.
Maybe so, if that's the case.
You open the tent flap and you still a very winded Pix.
Yep.
Nona with the high constitution still going strong, but it seems like they're basically the only two left singing.
Well, then when I step out and I see them singing, then I'm going to start singing the real lyrics as they're singing the chorus.
Okay.
Pix will stop. He's out of breath.
If you've ever heard a bird wheezing.
I have now.
It's like when a squeaky toy is half busted.
Yeah. And once he's got his breathing under control, he takes his water skin out and takes a long.
What's the matter, Pix? Come on.
Ken,
Christine.
no more. Voices leak.
And then I will sing
Okay,
back
right.
the final line, and then I'll stop and just let it go.
As you make it, you make it to the edge of the village, you hear almost like an echo call out from that same voice, just the final line that you had just sung.
Oh.
I don't know how you bards or you do it.
Kind of like the same way you can pick locks all night that I can't.
I've seen you pick
That's
a pair of good locks yourself.
When did I ever pick a lock?
But I get your point.
You got all that,
Yeah,
right, Grolyd? You understood what she was saying?
Yeah. It's a dragon cult. We're outside of the village and back in our camp, right?
Yeah, I assume, unless somebody tells me otherwise, that at this point
No.
you all have been able to meet back up at your little campsite.
All right.
There is an issue. There is a problem, and we need to take care of it.
Yes, there's a
Because
dragon
if
cult.
she's not afraid to look at the flap, that means they're doing horrible things to these people.
Yes.
They're living here.
And it seems quite clear that the chief is involved in some way. We should definitely seek out this villa.
Who?
She's a very wise woman. But if we don't handle this, I'll never get Coral to the college, so that's a goal now.
But
Another one?
What's that?
Another one to the college?
She's a mute, but only sings and talks through music. She's a savant. She's amazing. Yes, absolutely. The world needs to. She can't be hidden away. Voice like that. Something
Yes,
she'll
her
grow
voice
up
is
to be. She'll grow up to be just somebody's tool, and that's not good.
it did sound nice, but I don't really have much in the ear for these things. But who is this person we're supposed to be finding now?
She is a very wise, and I will say, long-lived elven woman.
I've not really looked, but I can't say I've seen.
We
anyone
will
that
just
has that
let
description.
life play itself out at the moment, and we may find her.
On the other hand, I didn't know the difference between most humans and elves to begin with, so I'm not probably the best person to ask.
Well, it's not as night and day as it is a tabaxi and a human.
Right, and that's why I was so confused earlier.
Regardless, I say we get some sleep for the night. I'll take first walk.
Do we want the bubble?
Certainly wouldn't be a terrible idea.
All right, very well. I think
I'll take first watch with Grolyd. I gotta tune the Gertie anyway.
okay. Well, I think Willam went to bed, so let's all gather around, make sure he's in, and
We'll tuck him in real tight.
I'll go ahead and take the. No, I'll just cast Tiny Hut.
Put the bubble over where he's sleeping. Burp. BRB.
All right. Wake me up when you guys are done.
Okay.
Second watch for picks. We'll let Willam take third. Let him sleep.
Sounds good.
Anyone else want to volunteer for second and third watch?
I'll take second.
I'll take third.
All right. Well, see you in a bit. And with a snap of Pix's fingers, the lights in the hut dim.
Her name is Villa, right? Grolyd?
Villa, yes.
Villa. I'll look for her in the morning.
Pix, did you mean to cast that quickly, or were you doing that as a ritual spell?
No, I meant to cast it quickly.
Okay, got it.
He's tired.
And at that, Grolyd will take up his post outside and moving in and out at random intervals, staying in or out for random lengths of time, trying to be unpredictable, basic guard posting type thing.
Sure. All right, yep, easy enough.
I keep my ears up.
Yeah, go ahead. First two on watch, roll perception checks.
I'm glad your dice like you. I got an 8 total.
That's my ears.
19 for Whisky.
Cat here's good.
It's after the long bout. You're talking probably 20 minutes or more of that same song kind of on loop. Now that you've made it to the outskirts of camp, it's largely dead quiet. You're just hearing the crickets out further into the Badlands, the various bugs, cicada type of things that may be out there, and the village itself, peaceful, quiet. Doesn't seem to be anything happening.
Okay. Yeah, because I just sit with my eyes closed and listen. Because I'm listening for that odd crunch other than Grolyd
Right.
walking around.
The even more odd crunch than Grolyd's odd crunch.
Yes.
Yeah, it does not come. Grolyd, you're seeing kind of the same thing. It's quiet. There's stillness around. Not much happening.
At the end of my shift, I wake Pix.
And I'll nudge Nona's feet. Time for watch.
Oh,
Time for cards
Alrighty.
practice.
What's up?
alrighty.
Yeah, let's do this.
It's quiet, very quiet.
Yes, I saw nothing.
Sometimes
nothing.
Too quiet, but at least the insects are out and the noise of nature, which means nothing bad is really in the area at the moment.
Something, I suppose. Alright, well, get some shut-eye. We'll wake the others on for theirs.
Willam and someone else, I don't know who else. Could be Ryan.
I think it was Link.
Yeah, Link said he would take third watch.
Yes, I did.
I was actually already asleep.
Yeah, and Grolyd goes ahead and goes to sleep.
And so does Whisky. Puts up the gurney, it's all tuned, and goes to sleep.
But yeah, Pix makes a point of once again staying in the hut, and just keeping an eye and ear open from in there.
Learned your lesson for now.
Yes, until it slips Pix's feather brain again.
Nona does the whole walking around, in and out, and things like that.
So 18 for Nona, 14 for Pix. You get a very similar experience. Very quiet, very serene. You guys are both a little bit more tired from singing for longer than you're used to, but it's kind of a good tired. But not much happening.
Alright. Alright. And Pix will shake Link awake, just kind of nudge his shoulder. Alright.
And Link will wake up.
You're up.
Let's tap Willam's foot. It's your turn.
Nothing's happening. All's quiet.
Very quiet Willam.
Go ahead, Link and Willam. Willam may have stepped away. I'm not sure if he's back yet, but yeah, go ahead and roll your perception checks.
Well, I'm perceptive enough with a 24.
Similar to previous reports, very quiet. You're fairly certain that both in and around your camp and also throughout the rest of the village, there's not a whole lot going on right now.
Hmm.
And the night passes, and you all wake up in the morning. You're able to do your preparations that you'd like the next day.
All right, let's see here.
So, what would you like to do?
Grolyd is going to make his potions for the morning. I'm going to go with the same ones I had before. Precipient and if I can find the list here.
Conversant.
Yeah, Conversant.
All right.
Well then, what's the plan for today?
I believe we're going to seek out Vila and see if she'd be willing to give us any information.
Well, I don't imagine that'll take all of us. While you're out doing that. Yeah, not too sure what the rest of us can do.
Well, we can always use more potions.
Remember, that'll take a couple hours straight.
Right. Well, I can't say I'm much good for making them, but I can certainly help find the regents.
What's happening here? You guys are all completely silent. What are you doing in the morning?
Food.
Yeah, I'm assuming you guys are doing your normal preparations. We're gonna jump past that because we don't need to role play that out all the time.
No, we don't.
You guys are ready to go. What are you doing?
Head in the direction we've been going then.
No, Whisky is going to probably go make sure that that woman and her daughter are fine. Maybe try to see if I can find Vila.
And Grolyd is planning to accompany Whisky. The bard and his bodyguard.
That way I can actually watch the soldiers in town and see what they're doing.
Okay.
Unfortunately, they may be on best behavior because we're here, or maybe not.
Like Pick said, he'll try scrounging up some herbs for potions out in the fields. See if he can't find anything.
You're gonna have a super ridiculously high DC, not only to find herbs that are of value, but to find herbs in general. But you could try. As described, this is largely just kind of badland, wasteland, borderline wasteland in many parts.
Gotcha.
Those of you going into town, what are you hoping to? You're just kind of going straight up to the yurt that you were at the night before.
Grolyd is hoping to be a little more circumspect about it than that.
Yeah.
Is mostly following Whisky's lead at this point, as people interaction is much more his forte than Grolyd's.
I'm just curious to see if people are more like, I don't know, would say smiling from last night, but and then just say good morning to to everyone, and who says it.
Make Whisky make an insight check.
Unless people are so scared, 21.
All right, 21. Yeah, what you're gathering from people, it's very similar to when you all walked through town yesterday. The people are very. It's still, small talk is not really a thing. They'll interact with you if you interact with them, but only to the extent that they need to conduct business or whatever. But when you look people in the eye, you see a look of just the faintest hint of gratitude from people. But the way they're behaving doesn't really just seem to be that different from how they were behaving the day before.
Yes, it seems like they're being watched and they can't.
Yeah, you kind of get that impression a little bit. It's more a matter of we don't want to be seen showing favor to this group of outsiders because we don't know what may happen to us as a result. With a 21, you can pick up on that.
Yeah.
We need to do our best to maintain status quo so as to not call into question our own safety. That's kind of what you're getting.
Grolyd, you may want to look at these soldiers. Something is got these people so feared. I'm so curious what they do to these people. Because then I'm going to do it to them.
Let's just see if we can find some more information. And he's keeping his voice purposefully low at that.
Sure. You headed to Coral's yurt, or are you going to Vila's?
I don't know where. I know where she lives.
Correct.
I'll just kind of like walk past as I head to, I don't even know, to Coral's place.
Yeah, so Coral's place is close to the center, not directly in the center, but close to the center. Vila's would be on, you guys camped on like the western edge. Vila's place is kind of on the southeastern, closer to the edge. So you'd have to pass Coral's place to get to Vila's.
That's what I was looking for, yeah. Just to make sure they're there and that my flute has not been confiscated.
Yeah, you see Coral outside, just kind of stretching and yawning a little bit, but she has the flute in one hand, and she sees you walking past, and she waves with the hand that isn't holding the flute, and then she kind of holds a thing up to her mouth, and you just hear this like a single tone. She hasn't really figured out exactly what to do with it, but she's getting it to make sound.
So I will actually walk over to her and put her fingers on the holes on the top and say, now, if different notes come when you move your fingers off and on as you blow into the flute.
She blows again and kind of moves them in a random, and it's,
I know.
Yeah. As someone who has played the flute, like that's always the first thing that you do, and you think you're so fantastic until you realize that's not how you do it. But she looks super pleased with herself, and her eyes kind of look up to you for approval after she does it.
And I say lesson 1. You can find the notes, Coral, when you move your fingers. You will find it.
She just kind of nods her head really slowly. And then you just hear a doo, doo, doo. And she kind of jumps up and almost like she startled herself, and then goes running inside the yurt. Yeah, and she's gone.
Innocence. Ah, amazing. Let's head to the southeast edge.
And Grolyd silently follows, keeping an eye out for danger.
All right. Is there passing through anybody back at camp doing anything either preparatory or in conjunction? You don't have to. Don't feel like you're compelled to. I'm just making sure that we're not missing anybody.
Willam is awake and making sure all his arms and armor are in shape and ready to rock.
Fair enough.
Copy.
Right, it doesn't take too long. Again, very small village. You make it to the outer edge. This is an older yurt. It looks like it's been here for a while. Almost looks like it's made out of slightly different material. But I don't know that either of you have the crafting expertise to notice specifically any of the difference there. But yeah, it just... What's that?
I buy my pants. I don't make them.
Right. But you can tell it seems to be relatively old, for sure. Much like the woman that you saw, standing at the doorway. The tent flap is closed, and there doesn't seem to be anybody outside it at the moment.
I will just very softly, as we're walking by, go, "Good morning, Vila. I hope you are well."
You hear a voice, kind of creaky, but at the same time strong enough for you to hear, come back. I waited for you.
May we come in?
If I say no, would that stop you? I think not. Come in.
I proceed to go into the hut.
There's just a little cot in there. There's a table set up. Not very large because, there's not really much space. But the old woman is seated there on one side of the table with her dark shawl pulled up to cover like this scraggly silver hair that falls down across her face. And she just kind of nods at the two empty chairs facing her for the two of you to sit.
Grolyd will sit.
I will sit.
What can Vila do for the two?
Vila, we would like to help. If there is something really that we can help, corals, well, you know what's going on. We would like to help put smiles back on the faces of the people.
Do you know what causes the lack of smiles?
I would use the word cult, but that could be wrong.
You would say cult.
What would you say?
Delusions.
And
she says that with like a far off look in her eye. It's just she's staring past the tent flap and off in the distance.
Oh, as long as she's not staring at the tent flap like someone's going to come in.
No, it's very much like she's seeing, like she doesn't see that the tent's even there. It's kind of a far off stare.
Illusions, promises, things like that don't exist. We use the term cult loosely, but from what I've seen, evil is evil. Grolyd, you know more about this stuff.
What delusions would you say certain people are under?
It is delusions of a madman. One who think he much more important than is.
And who would this madman be?
Him name Ibaho.
The man in the
Out of character, could you spell that for me?
Ebaho.
He would be the man in the big tent.
No. Him name Fotla. Him fall under delusions, not have them.
Then the other would have to be head of the guard.
Does Ibaho have any distinguishing features?
You just get this little chuckle. Seem like you already know.
Always good to confirm rather than to act on assumption.
A gnarled old hand kind of comes up from her lap and just kind of draws a line across her forehead without saying anything.
Nod without saying anything. Where this person came from?
Sorry, I missed that. What was that?
Any idea where this person came from?
The gnarled hand comes back down and just points at her own stomach.
Mm-hmm.
And Grolyd will nod.
Him once a good boy.
Have you any... Go ahead, Whiskey.
I was just going to ask who gave him these delusions.
Him father. And you get like air quotes around father.
Father of who?
She points back to her stomach again.
Yes, father of a baby. Baby's name?
Ibaho.
I'm lost now.
Who is Ibaho's father?
There's kind of a shrug, and she stops kind of staring off into space and looks back at you and says, "Who know for certain? Was young. Was drunk."
He was your son?
Just kind of a slow nod.
Oh.
Do you have any suggestion on how we might help?
Without hurting.
The long, far off stare returns. And it's almost like she didn't hear you, you think, at first. And eventually she kind of inhales and says, "Do not know if help possible." The hand, like the gnarled, twisted hand, kind of comes back up, and a crooked finger kind of points and gestures more out to the rest of the village, and says, "They suffer not physical," and she taps her forehead, "mental, stress, trauma, fear of what may be. That enough?"
What do they fear could be?
If Queen find out,
I'm not from here. Are we talking the Raven Queen?
Right, Queen.
The Bride Queen.
Yes. Two come from dynasty. Only one remain. Him under delusion too.
So if the Queen finds out, she'll be very angry.
You're saying that one of the Bright Queen's agents is a part of this delusion?
Yes.
Head doesn't move, mouth doesn't open. She just kind of stops looking off and looks back straight at you again, and then stares back off into space.
Yes. I whisper to Grolyd. It just got more personal.
They be fear for two, and holds up these two crooked fingers. Is afraid of Ibaho, or more afraid of Queen? So they say nothing, risk nothing, no, nothing.
Is there any evidence of the Bright Queen's agent being a part of this delusion? Not that I need convincing, but others may.
There's kind of a general shrug and say, seek and find?
And Grolyd just nods.
Fatla would know, but Fatna not likely to help.
Can you spell the chief's name for me?
Fotla. Vila Torn should want son safety or home safety. Not always the same.
I do have a question for you, Vila. If we confront these delusions and find it impossible to save him, you know where I'm going with this question.
She leans forward and almost in a whisper says, "My baby may already be lost." And she just draws like a gnarled finger across her neck.
That's sad.
One cannot say for sure. He's still a good boy. Maybe?
It depends who's offering him the delusion.
I think you know. And she again draws a finger across her forehead.
Yes. Are they part? They're not from the Queen. They left last night.
Who?
I hope they're not from the Queen.
Who you speak?
He who wears a crown.
No, Ibaho. Grow up here.
Which means he'll be back.
Ibaho right here most of the day. Yesterday.
There was another here last night that had a crown of gems.
No. Only
Whisky.
one.
That was Ibaho whiskey.
Oh, well, this'll be fun, won't it?
I don't think that's the word I would use.
Challenging would be another one. But where did he go and who did he go to get? Or tell?
Him have estate.
You know where?
She gestures her head further to the north. Near the plateau. Him always like mountains.
Does he usually stay gone long when he leaves?
Now, who knows? Sometimes gone hours. Sometimes gone years. Always when comes home, visits him mother. And she shrugs again. Who knows? Still good boy?
Perhaps. Is there any other information you can give us that might help us bring happiness back to Wrathfell?
Be careful. Your choices linger always longer than you do. This I know in my years. We all leave a ripple.
That is true.
I actually have one final question. And I don't expect you'll know, but I'll ask anyways. Do you have any idea how many others are under the delusion?
Him know better than bring friends. And the shoulders just kind of raise and drop. Vila not allow talk like that at home.
Have you any other questions? Anything else you'd like to ask, Whisky?
And she taps her head again and says, mind you, delusions, not always witchery. Sometimes just poor decisions.
That is absolute truth.
Have you any questions for us?
If you can spare the boy and destroy the creature, please do.
If it's possible. We shall do so.
But make certain, if you do destroy the boy, you don't also bring ruin on the village.
That would be bad.
My heart can only break once. See to it that I do not have to choose.
I think we can manage that bit.
I have no more questions.
Him not like other boys.
In what way?
She gestures again across her forehead and says, harder to damage.
Actually, I do have a question. Are the gems in his head, or are they on a crown?
She looks back at both of you again and says, ask the one like him. Him know.
They're in his head.
Is there anyone else you would suggest we talk to?
She shrugs again. Many you could. Would it help? Vila not know.
And I thank you for your time. And Grolyd will stand.
Her hands just kind of drop back into her lap, and she just dips her head in acknowledgement and just continues kind of staring off into the distance.
And I'll look to Whisky.
What? What?
Have you anything else to add or ask?
No, I am very good at the moment.
Then let's leave this poor woman to her musings. And I'll start headed towards the tent flap.
Whisky, you leaving too?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
Anything else happening at camp, or you guys just still kind of prepping?
They all died.
Ryohn would have been very quiet today, spending some time just kind of walking in the fields.
Okay,
Thinking.
sure.
Willam, after his prep is done, is basically just kind of keeping an eye on things. Camp, towards the village, just eyes open.
Yeah, it largely, Willam, looks almost like a repeat. Not like they're going through the motions and literally repeating everything, but
It's what they do every day. It's their life.
right, the interactions are largely the same. It's almost as if last night hadn't happened.
Yep. Got it.
No, that's
Yeah.
just kind of practicing off to the side. Taking a nap.
Yeah, I'll leave.
Okay.
I'll fuck with Grolyd.
So Grolyd and Whisky are gone maybe 20, 25 minutes tops. And I assume make it back to camp unless you're going to detour.
No.
So yeah, you see the two heading back toward camp.
I would head back towards camp when I see them coming.
Did we lose everyone?
Sean's AFK right now.
Right, I know.
Never mind, he's right back. Yeah, when they come back, you guys have fun. Fine,
No, I can't
whatever.
say
Not the word I'd use.
Oh, I'm muted again.
I thought maybe you fell asleep again.
No.
I'd use the word troubling.
Pix had asked, did you find this villa? What did you learn?
I gather everybody around into my bardic circle.
The etchings are still there from Awna's scribbling on the ground the night before.
The man we tried to chase last night is Vila's son. And Ryohn, you will know this, and we will need your expertise in this. He has been succumbed by Tiamat, and he does have the gems in his head. The delusions of power and all that you were given, he has been given. And he has been I would use the word torturing, but that's my vocabulary. The people. So they live in fear of him. And they're also in fear that if the Bright Queen finds out, I'm sure she will come rain hell upon this place. So we would like to dismantle him and take him from the gems, if possible, to keep the boy alive, as Ryohn was. So how we do that is we can't outright kill him if it's possible not to.
You may have to do that to get those gems out. I couldn't even get them out.
You think he can be turned?
Ryohn was he not?
Ryohn made a choice, and Ryohn had close ties to people that he valued that helped him with that choice.
Also,
Also,
I suggest we dig deep, pray, and see what we can find.
also literal divine intervention.
Yes, literal divine intervention. We may need
Who's
that.
to say that we can't get that for him?
Possible, but free will and all that.
Fine.
Now,
We do have access to something.
I also, while you're going to say something, I know that, Willam, but I'm going to say that when, and I say when because Grolyd would always say when, we either unfortunately slay him or remove the gems, Tiamat's attention will definitely be on us.
Already,
That's something you have to be aware of.
You don't think it already is?
already is.
You had 3 gems, he's got 5. We have to find a way.
Potential champions that we already wiped out, and we've stolen one from her. Oh, I'm sure she's very angry.
We have to find a way to, what's the word I'm looking for? Hold him, because remember, he is immune to fire, earth,
Not
ice.
immune, but he is strongly resistant.
Yes.
I'm just surprised all this was able to happen with the Aurora Guard posted.
I'm sure they're part of it, because we learned that a representative of the Bright Queen is here and is also part of it.
Really?
I'm sure if she found out, she would be furious.
That
Technically, I was beginning of that early stage when I was an agent of the Bright Queen.
I think she means more an actual agent of the Bright Queen. She requested that you do what you do, but from what I understand, she didn't command you.
No, we're not. We didn't
Or not
sign,
all of you bend the knee to her.
yeah, but we didn't sign on to be agents of the Queen. We chose to help her in what she
So
was.
She summoned us.
Also,
Right.
technically,
Agents.
not actually agents. There's the whole point of the plausible deniability. So-
Right, and if you're an agent of the Bright Queen, then you work for her and get paid.
And we're not.
this would be an actual servant of the Bright Queen who has gone over to the 5-headed dragon. That would definitely make her angry, and she might put it
In
this
her
way.
anger, she might wipe out the whole village.
Put it this way: the Bright Queen's current stability
Or
is one of the reasons Calamar was nervous to continue his part in your quest, and why I stepped in. He had doubt.
Well, I'm sure she would be concerned. I doubt she would just wipe out the whole village if we had proof that there were citizens of hers under duress.
And Willam just looks at Pix and he'll be like, there are rumors.
There are what?
Rumors. Gallimar did share some of his concerns with me.
Willam, you've been around this region enough. Pix, you're from Asarius, and Grolyd, you would know this as well. The Aurora Watch are basically like the foot soldiers. They're not like agents the way we would think of like CIA types of, you know, that type of thing. These are more like legionnaires. But Grolyd I think is mentioned, because I don't know that he's back yet. If you are, then Grolyd, you can jump in here. He would have mentioned to you, I think he did last session, that there are a couple of Aurora Watch members that are stationed at each of these 7 villages to kind of keep the peace.
Yeah, I remember, and that was just general policy with any of the settlements.
Right,
here.
but they're more straight up like soldier enlisted types. You would imagine, or Grolyd would know, these are more like ranked soldiers that would be here because there's less of them, but they rank high enough to actually have some sort of position of power.
Yeah, but they're in with this too. So.
And one of the 2 that was in Wrathfell has been killed, with the other being a part of the cult now, or under the delusion, as Willam put it.
I would say the other one said no to it and was killed, while one said yes. So.
Grolyd and Willam, make a history check, please.
What the fun thing we stumbled into.
That's a 22 for Grolyd.
18 for Willam.
Yeah, both of you would know that alone, the slaying of an agent of the Queen, who is there basically, quote unquote, as a peacekeeper, is bad enough, but then not reporting it, that may be enough to tip the Bright Queen to say, this entire town may not be worth my protection anymore. That seems, Grolyd, you would know that because you're from this area. You know kind of how things work and why there's a little bit of walking on eggshells here. But based on kind of what Vila said, you can kind of ascertain that as well.
Now, on the other hand, if we can complete this task, possibly save the other agent, we could probably get some favor from the Bright Queen in our direction. Just maybe.
And how do you intend to save an agent who has bought into the cult?
Kidnap him.
And then what?
Have a nice talking to him. If not, you can knock him out. And
I don't know that you can force them.
well, tell us, is Queen on him?
I think it'll take convincing, not force.
And
I
we'll
didn't
take
think
more than
force.
convincing. You're talking, remember, this is for all intents and purposes a religion.
Grolyd, do you
Well,
remember his name?
Not,
Because
not necessarily a religion. I had nothing involved with religion when I was under her sway.
Yes, but that was deliberate because you're not a religious person. But
you're a gambler.
The cultists, they're organized. You were never drawn into an organized group of her worshippers because you're too independent. She couldn't do that to you right off. She would have progressed to that, probably by having you select your own follower under the guise of sycophants or hangers-on who later would become your cult. But we have progressed beyond that. This is an organized group. And now we are dealing with someone who has 5 gems.
And a white dragon.
That one will know exactly whom he is serving and why he is serving them. To bring her back into the realm. You will not gain that much power without learning that much and swearing to it.
He has a place to the north where we were following that he had. But once again, we cannot run smack dab in screaming convert or die because we don't even know how many dragons he has.
Even one may be too much.
Regardless,
Powerful things.
we can't just leave the village now as it stands.
We cannot, nor can we make them a target for when after we leave.
Exactly. We need to snuff out the cult here. And then
when this person comes back,
I'm not sure why you're even asking that question.
The town will be punished.
No.
We'll be waiting.
What he's saying is we eradicate what's here in town so that when, what's his name? Ula? What? I can't remember names. I'm horrible with it.
Ibraho? Or Ibaho?
Bah.
When he comes back, we will be here waiting. And I'm sure he'll go back to the spot where the lizard was that Ryan made the pet.
Still risky if he has that dragon. All he has to do is fly over the village once and have that dragon breathe.
But that's not what he'll do because he comes back to see his mom. He's not here to kill his mom or the people because then he loses everything. I don't think he'll kill the people or the town, but
I do.
Well, I'm going on the assumption that he loves his mom and he's not going to kill her.
If he believed the town or his mother or both betrayed him, he might. So, however we rid the town of this cult, we need to do so in a way that does not point fingers at towns.
and how exactly?
No, the points fingers at us because we'll be killing them.
But if the town doesn't intervene,
If the town
then
hides,
they'll be
then you're not
guilty for helping.
no help. We cannot accept any help from the town.
Exactly. And we cannot even think of causing a fight near the town. The risk of damage is too great.
That's why I said
If Arrow kills Ibraho's mother by mistake, then what do you think he'll do?
kidnap, remove, quietly. Deal with them elsewhere.
That would work better.
There are more than
When have we ever done anything quietly?
That's a fair point.
We at least sleep quietly.
Not everybody.
I'm not even sure I would agree that that's true.
Do we even know how many cultists are here?
2 at least.
More than that,
Or more than that. But an exact number? No.
Okay, logically, a lot of the soldiers follow because they're given some status normally. So they're just like, oh, I got this. We get rid of the big cheeses. Usually the little guys will surrender or fall into place.
have we seen that happen before at any of the other cults?
Come to their senses. I don't think this is like the other cults. This is not like they're like slaughtering little children like we saw. This
Hey,
is
Awna,
Yes.
can your locate spell find the cultists?
This locates things, not people.
Well, don't they all have those little pendants or something on them that identified them as being part of the cult?
You mean a silver thread?
Whatever it was, yeah, it was something silver, I think.
What was
We
on
really
the one-
don't. We really
that we're
need
going.
magic if we want to locate a cultist. The chief is a cultist.
Oh, is he?
Yes, and so is the agent or soldier. Or
Well,
I'm sure if there was an issue with him and we had to kill him and told the Bright Queen what was going on, that she probably wouldn't be that upset.
I'm worried about the Bright Queen right now.
Her wrath can come on us just as bad.
so the leader, the chief, or whomever, is in on it as well then.
Yes, he is under the same delusion, as Vila put it.
That's why Abahu can leave, knowing that the town is okay.
So what do we do?
I'll admit I'm struggling to come up with something that isn't going to put the town in danger.
I had a very, very bad idea.
I love your bad ideas, Willam. Let's hear it.
Basically, we convince them to set a trap for us away from the town and walk into it.
How?
It,
I don't.
I just want you to know before I even say this, even I think this is a bad idea. So if you don't like it, you won't hurt my feelings. Okay. So we know one of the two agents here, the surviving one, is part of the cult, correct? But to all appearances, he's still acting as an agent of the Queen, right? Most likely sending messages, convincing her everything is fine, playing the role. Yes? Or else she would investigate. Well, we approach this person as a bona fide agent of the Queen. We could tell them that we need to get a message to the Queen that we have discovered something of vital importance and that we intend to return it to her as soon as possible, but she needs to know in case we don't return that we are returning as quickly as possible. But if he doesn't return, it's vital that what we have not fall into the wrong hands. So she should send one of her people to retrieve it, if possible, like the one who teleported us around. And we explained that in case that's not available, we are heading home by the most direct route back to, what's the name of the city, Jorhas or whatever?
Rosanna.
Rosanna. And we, of course, would trust that this person would send that message to the Queen and they would come get it. But if this person actually works for the Dragon Cult and has the intelligence that we have something very, very important to the Queen, something possibly very powerful, maybe something even the cult could use in its mission to return the five-headed queen to this world. Do you think that they could resist trying to take it from us?
In other words, put a big fat target on our backs.
And now here's the problem. We actually do have just that very thing.
Exactly.
I told you it was a bad idea.
I vote we just confront the person and go with it from there.
We can't. That puts the town in the middle.
The town is already in the middle, and the town is already suffering.
The townsfolk, if they do not intervene, they'll be traitors. If they do intervene, we'll have to fight them. or they can be used as hostages. We need to get them away from the town. We try
Question.
to here, the townsfolk are too close.
You're assuming all of the cultists will be part of this ambush.
We don't even know how many cultists there are, except for 2 so far.
They would have to have pretty decent numbers to ambush us or risk their dragon.
Question. You said that he leaves. Do you know where he leaves to? Maybe we can go to him there.
Yes, he's in a what do you would call it, a spread in the north.
She called it an estate, and we can't leave the cult that's here. The cult must be wiped out here.
Why not draw them to the estate? Because,
Then how do you plan to do that?
hey, I ain't the one that makes the plan. I'm the one that bashes things until they're dead.
What if we did take him out first in the north? And we just left, and the cult wouldn't do anything to the people. They would be waiting for him. We took him out and came back with his head, or whatever we needed to come back with, and say, hey, it's over.
Well, it's an idea. Come back with his head, dangle in front of him, and say, hey, looky.
We
Come
take the
and
fight
get
to him and leave the town here and touch nothing. And then we didn't. They're not involved. We can come back and save them.
It's possible we could do that. Probably.
What happened to saving the boy?
Okay.
We have to figure that's if we do. She would like to try.
There's a few problems with that. A couple.
Oh no, I know there are. I'm just we keep flip-flopping.
That actually is the only way I can think of that would keep them, the town folk, from being in trouble when he comes back. If his people are killed, he's going to start disciplining. But if we take him out, the cult's not going to know what to do. They won't be against the townsfolk, at least.
What happens when you cut the head off of a snake?
Depends on if it's just a
Dies.
snake.
It dies.
Is it a snake or is it a hydra?
Now, come on,
Actually,
let's not go that way.
when you create a power vacuum in a cult like this, 2 things happen.
Yeah.
First, there's a battle to fill that vacuum. People around are harmed, collateral damage happens, and then someone comes out on top and the cult survives.
If they know he's dead.
Well, they likely.
If we go north, take him out, and come back, and don't say anything, and then start taking them out, they would expect him to come, but he's not coming.
However, we may not be able to kill him, because if so, his gems may go to someone else.
Yes, I
What
was.
I was bringing up. Under normal circumstances, Whisky, you would be right. There might not be a line of communication that could get the word out that fast. But
We incapacitate.
we don't know if we take him out or turn him who her next champion is. Who does she have waiting in the wings to take over?
Then send this information to Dahan and see what his response is.
That's actually not a bad idea.
Get an outer party and someone with more experience at this advice. Because if not, we're all going to be dead at some point. And then the town ain't going to get any help.
Well, we're all going to be dead at some point anyways.
I prefer
And then we'll all come back.
to be like 120, but yes.
Sure.
Prefer
I
to
suppose.
retire. In it.
Is that a long time for you, for your kind?
Actually, it's overtime, but yes.
Yeah, that would be borrowed time for me.
No, I'm actually looking for like longevity potions or an item or, a relic. Since I already
Question.
back, no big deal, right?
What if we make it known that we've heard of I don't know, haunted estate, whatever you want to call it, to the north wherever or wherever this place is that he goes to, and we make it known and think up, whatever rumor that we can make up that we're going to go that direction and we need to buy, we need to prepare. So we're trying to buy stuff and we're just letting it be known. We're going to go this direction. Have you heard of anything over that way? We've heard of some ruins that way. We're looking for something, there. Have you heard of anything that direction? Maybe that might be enough to get the cult's attention to follow us out that direction when we head that way.
Well, then we'll be wondering who in town blabbed.
No.
Well,
actually, we'll be doing the blabbing.
We should have come into town and said, hey, we heard there's a dragon control orb nearby in a ruin. Do you know where it's at? That would have broke them up.
That's still the problem of, did all the cult come after us or not?
If we take out Abahu, do you not think the town might then rise up? And then we might have backing?
Either that or the chieftain of the tribe will decide that he's now the new chosen and continue on.
They'll just kill him. Either way, we take him out, someone's going to come up and be chieftain. They could be just as bad. We don't know. Can't speculate that. I can only know what's in front of me. There's things that have to be taken out. It just depends which way we do it.
Feels like the safest way is to take out the head first. Then the rest of the people here have no idea where he is. He's not come back like he normally does. And then that gives us time to come back for them.
Number one, you're assuming with that they only have access to normal means of communication.
Yes.
All it takes is for one of them to have an item like what we used to contact Ahon with and to use it. And
or sending stones or the spell itself.
Yes.
That's true, but if we attack them here, they could do the same thing, and then Abahu is here.
Yeah, that is true. But here is the other thing. We're talking about going up against a champion of Tiamat. That's not something we have done.
Yeah, we faced a former champion, but you're right.
Yeah, faced a former. We've had one in our own accompaniment. And on both of those matters, we've dealt with it. But I still think the best course of action is to at least talk to this person first and foremost.
Correct.
We confront them.
We have not dealt with a champion of Tiamat in our midst. When I say champion, I mean someone who possesses all 5 gems. Because they have power we have not yet faced. And bear in mind, even if we defeat this person and even if we take out their followers, if they escape with access to a dragon, all it will take to level this place is one breath. It's not just a question of facing the champion and defeating him, it's making sure neither he nor the dragon escapes. Tyrion. Because the dragon doesn't need someone to command it to destroy this place. Its queen can do that for it.
What do we know of Dahad's connection with the Bright Queen?
That you could get a message to her?
Does he have one?
I don't know. But the Bright Queen wouldn't destroy the village if we were here.
I wouldn't be so sure of that. I'm not saying she definitely would. I just don't know that she definitely wouldn't either. I ask because and you'll all see that Grolyd now has his parchment and quill out again, jotting down everything we know about the situation so far. As somebody has suggested, we ask what Dahon thinks we should do, and he is certainly more experienced in these matters than us. So I thought maybe I would ask, but
Covert is definitely more his style than ours. We have a whole town at risk here. We have to think outside our box. I don't know how comfortable we are with doing that. His advice could be crucial.
my concern is if the townsfolk do not wish the Bright Queen to find out the circumstances surrounding the current fates of the Aurora Guard here, mentioning that to Dahan not be wise.
I don't know that Dahan, forgive my language, gives two Drake farts about the Bright Queen.
As far as we know,
Dahan is most of his own operator.
But didn't you already send a message about the silver on the uniform for the guard?
Yes, but it had nothing to do with the Aurora Guard.
No, true.
I would also mention that we wish no harm to come to the town to see. I'd like to see where he stands on.
And at that, Grolyd will then complete the note he's reading, which is just all the information we have gleaned so far in the last couple of days about the cult, Baho, Fatla, the members of the Aurora Guard, and the cult itself within the town. I'll show them, everybody in the group here, the letter. Is there anything else you all would suggest I mention or omit?
Just that at the end, covert experience required help.
Seeking advice. Got it. Anyone else?
He wouldn't happen to have anybody he could send here. Of course, that would take too long. I was going to say if they could somehow get here and take this end while we take the head.
Actually, that would be wonderful if we had someone else who could deal with this while we dealt with the champion.
He's already mentioned in a previous note that he has nobody nearby. That's why he's pleaded for our help.
About the Bright Queen.
Do we want her involved at this point?
Do we even have a way to get a message to her at this point?
we don't. Otherwise, we would have to get rid of the bait you're so eager to use, and Pix glaring at you.
The other thing is, if we involve her, she has to become involved officially. That might not be good.
So I ask again. Anything else I should add? And at that, Grolyd will pop the note into the tube.
All right.
My apologies. Go ahead, Willam.
No, I'm done. My point was just that I think it'll be easier if we present the Bright Queen with a mess already cleaned up than one she has to deal with.
Yeah, she might decide it's like a cancer on an arm. Better take the arm off and save the rest, then let it all fester and kill the rest of the body.
Dealing with betrayer gods, anything possible.
There's a hush that kind of falls over the camp as you guys kind of exhausted this line of conversation and are now waiting for Dahan, who sometimes takes days.
Dave,
Yeah.
I'm just gonna sit and think. I'm saying this out loud. I'm just gonna try to put my brain to this and see if I can come up with any better idea than what I've already come up with. But this is a mess.
Awna, as you're walking through the village, trying to suss out who may or may not have these silver threads woven into their watchman's garb, you can't find any. Everybody who's wearing the garments of the people that you met at the south of the camp seem to look very much like the people you met at the south of the camp. Any hint of the silver threads in attire seems to be missing completely. Almost to the extent of you starting to wonder if it was just kind of a trick of the eye yesterday.
Okay. Good to know.
Well, we've no idea when Ryohn might reply. So I'm gonna take a look around the village. Try to be, I don't know, see if I can.
It was
Something like that. Grolyd, since you're from, I know this isn't your village, but of these huts, which would you say the chief would be in?
Oh, I know exactly which one he's in.
the big one.
I could take you right to it, but why do you wish to go there?
Might find
Need to
something
ask
interesting.
Hicks that question.
You planning on announcing yourself or no?
I don't see why anybody needs to know I'm there. Hey, Ryan,
Yeah.
how long is that?
Make you invisible.
How long is that spell good for?
It's an hour.
Invisibility?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's an hour.
I have it too, Pix.
Well, it would,
Give you 2 hours. No, I'm just kidding.
well, it would certainly help me out if you could, give me a little, assistance.
Sure. Anybody else want to go invisible?
I'll do it. I'll do it because you're limited.
Well, we could go to the chief and say, hey, we're here looking, for work now. We're in between jobs. And it looks like we're low on funds. Do you know of anything nearby that we can do? A little poke, basically, as it were. See if there's anything interesting in the area that he can talk about, or just won't, or just tells us to get the hell out.
Kind of like keeping my distance from him at the moment, but that's just me.
Thunk.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Ryohn's replied.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and pull out the reply.
I already know what that's going to be. It's going to be, handle it.
You get in very bold letters, deal with the threat immediately or clear out. your very presence is threatening the people. The longer you stay, the more of a threat you become.
Figured as much.
Yep.
So, like I said, let's handle it.
He also, like in smaller letters, no longer yelling. It's like the all caps version of text messaging. In smaller letters underneath, he says, especially if Bright Queen, or he does BQ, is involved. No associates close enough to help. I can join within a week, but you can't stay that long.
Well, that's an option that we didn't think about. The clearing out and then coming back in. Go north and survey the estate. See what we're up against up there. And then make our decisions. At least we're out of the town.
I like that idea. Go in, figure out what we're up against, and see.
Make our decisions, and that way we're out of the town and we
True. We can also...
It wouldn't be bad to have Day here, but that's just me.
I think we need to handle this ourselves.
What if we can't?
Then we clear out.
But that's why I say we go north and look at the estate and see what we're up against. How many dragons are any? How many, what's he got? How many soldiers? Whatever. We need to know. Can't just assume.
Question. How do we know that he was willing?
He was
How do we... He's willing to serve her. To be her champion.
People are assuming some information on that, I think.
You took him.
I was tricked into it. She is the queen of deceit.
That's another thought. It's
That's
what
nice.
if he...
See what's there. There could be someone pulling strings. We don't know.
Well, then I say we pack up and go north.
Yeah. Don't say anything. Just leave.
Yes.
Where did you say this estate was again?
North. The same way we were going when we were following him.
Where in the north?
We will find it if we go north.
How?
I'm sure. I don't have... She didn't give an exact distance. Because I assume that...
it's near the plateau.
Yeah, on the plateau. She hasn't been there, but...
I'm asking if it's in the Badlands, if it's how far north, is it in the mountains?
I don't know.
If it's the plateau I'm thinking of, it's quite a ways. And out of character, Anthony, do I know of any other plateau other than the one near Urzen?
I mean, as you guys in the late morning sun with no tree line to speak of look to the north, you can see the very large Ayers Rock type of structure off in the distance that I described when you first approached the village.
So then not that far.
Correct.
Well, I'm packing up.
At a quick glance, it looks to be a couple miles off.
Well, that's not a week. I don't think we'll be able to count on Dahan's help.
We'll
If
see.
we ever could go scout this plateau.
Let's go do that.
Well, maybe we should wait for Awna to come back.
We'll pack up and be ready when she gets back.
I would assume, unless Awna's still doing something I'm unaware of, I would assume what she was doing she could have accomplished long before now and be back.
She's back.
Okay then.
How many clerics we got in the group?
I mean, I think between all 8 of your characters, you have 1 level in cleric.
But do we have a paladin?
Not a cleric.
No, I'm just thinking of how
Are you asking about healers or about clerics? We've got several healers, but only a partial
I'm
cleric.
more thinking of divinity. Like, how in contact are you with your...
Bear in mind, I don't champion any specific deity. It's more the virtues they stand for.
I think Awna's kind of doing something like that now, isn't she?
Regardless, we can talk about this on our way to this plateau, so let's pack up and go.
And at that, Grolyd will get up, start taking down the tent.
Fair enough. Easy enough to do.
Yeah.
You've done it plenty of times before, especially with help. It's 10 minutes tops.
Yep.
And Grolyd looks very unhappy.
I don't like it either. I wanted to at least take a look around.
Why don't you go do that while we're packing up?
Not a lot I can do in just 10 minutes.
Oh, I already looked around.
Oh? Did you take a look at the chief's place? See if there's anything?
I just was looking at everyone, seeing if I can find the silver thread.
Yeah.
No one seems to be wearing it today.
They're hiding.
Probably because we're here.
Probably. Well, Awna. Looks like we're gonna go on another scouting mission up north.
Okay.
All right. And off we go.
Destination in sight. I assume you're just kind of heading in the general direction of the large rock in the distance.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, it'd be nice if we tried to, like, not walk directly on the road to them. I don't know if there's a way.
There is a road.
Because I'm going to be being spotted and attacked at some point, so.
Well, terrain's pretty open. I don't know if there's much concealment anyway.
The trade route that you kind of aligned with once you got closer to the village in the south does go sort of to the north, but it veers a little bit northwest over time. So if you were to follow it for too long, you would end up bypassing the plateau.
Well, we could backtrack. Crossed open terrain, but.
Well, we can at the very least start on the road. I mean, you're heading northwardly regardless. Right, Grolyd?
I suppose we're going to have to leave the road at some point, so it doesn't really matter if we start on it.
Of course.
So moving north-ish sometimes on the road until you are not able to. Is that the deal?
Pretty much.
It's wide open. As far as you can tell, there's no humanoids in the general area. If somebody closer to the front wants to keep a more close eye out for it, then you can roll that.
Yeah, Grolyd's keeping a watch, not just for people, but also for any flying anythings.
Okay.
That is a 19 on his perception check.
The area is completely dead, devoid of travelers, both air and land, as far as you're able to see.
And then keep moving.
You travel for about a half hour. The village at this point, because it doesn't stand towering like this plateau does, eventually starts to disappear in the distance. Those of you with a really keen eye can still spot it, but it's very small, and it's one of those things where, especially the way the structures are built, if you didn't know it was there, you probably wouldn't notice it at this point. But the plateau itself definitely looms off in the distance, and it seems to kind of be growing as you get closer. You move another 15 minutes, you're about 45 minutes in. You've probably gone well, at least 2 miles if you're moving slow, potentially 3 if you're moving at a good clip. And at this point, you do notice it is, at least from this distance, it appears to easily be 120, maybe 150 feet high. Anybody, Grolyd and whoever else is up front, I don't know whether that's Link or Pix, but whether you're using investigation, let me know what you're looking for, or perception if you're just trying to notice things as you get closer.
I'm specifically looking for keeping an eye out on the sky for any sort of large movement or anything like that.
Okay, perception. And Grolyd, are you doing the same thing that you were doing before?
I'm actually looking for the estate at this point.
Okay, so still visual. So yeah, perception as well.
All right.
It's a 23 for Grolyd.
20 for Pix, 23 for Grolyd. Pix, you see, as you get closer, this large rock formation does seem to be a bit more craggy than it looks at a distance. It almost looks smooth, like a smoothly polished stone from a distance. But as you get closer, it's much more rough. But you realize how close you are now that you can start to actually make out that level of detail. But at least currently, you're not seeing any flying creatures. Grolyd, because of the way the path moved, you went kind of northwest. Or sorry, you went northwest. As you're approaching the rock, whether intentionally or unintentionally, is slightly northeast of you. And as you kind of angle yourself in that direction and look off into the distance, you do see what you maybe could have missed at first. And the first thing you notice is actually a hint of greenery that looks more arranged than it should. And as you kind of peer a little bit more, you realize it's almost like a, if you didn't know better, almost like shrubbery that has been set up to be maybe a wind block, maybe like natural fencing, something like that. But in some place like Yggdrathod, foliage doesn't grow in quite this arranged pattern.
Well, I think I've found our destination, and I'll point to the, vegetation I've seen.
Is that like on top of the rock or within one of the crags that I'm noticing?
Neither. You're still maybe half a mile from the base of this giant plateau, and before you get there is this little structure, enclave thing formed at least partially out of greenery.
So now that we found it, what are we doing?
Going to the top, right?
No, it's right here. It's not on the plateau itself. It doesn't seem to be.
Well, if we're here, we might as well scout it out and see what all's here.
Are we simply scouting it, or are we going inside?
Hard to accurately scout it if we're not going in.
It's no longer scouting if you enter.
Agreed.
I'd argue it's not very good scouting if you don't go in.
Well, my cloak can at least somewhat hide me. I can try to get closer, get a closer look at things. Maybe find a point of entry or give us a better idea of what lies ahead.
I preferred if someone who had a means of escape could do that.
I can take myself and 2 other people invisible. Whisky can take at least somebody invisible, I think.
Yes, but if you're detected, I'd like it if you all could leave quickly.
Well, I could. Whisky can. I can take 1 person with me.
And I do have a means. It's not as fancy as teleportation, but I can move quickly if I need to.
Well, then how about you 3 go in, because then Ryan gets you out if needed. With his spell, Whisky can
Take 1
move as
person
well.
with me.
Exactly. Ryan, Whisky, and Pix. All 3 of you can go, if you want, of course. And then that's an easy option to leave quickly.
From what I've seen, Whisky has a much better exit plan than I do, but I do have one.
Who is the most stealthy? You'll need to be quiet. Magic will, besides Pix, we know you are.
I'm actually pretty stealthy.
Have you continued moving, or have you stopped at this point?
Actually, I think I would have stopped the group at this point while we figure out what we want to do.
I would have kneeled down if we're just stopping out in the open.
Same.
Yeah, not a bad idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
Try to find some cover of some kind, even if it's just lying prone in the dirt.
Like a sagebrush.
Okay, continue. Sorry, I just wanted to make sure.
Anyway, like I said, if I can move quickly if needed, but I'm not exactly planning on going in just yet. Like I said, scouting.
Well, then let's do this.
If I put anybody invisible, just remember that I will not be able to see you when you're invisible, nor you me.
No. Different update.
How do you feel of your chances on your own picks?
I feel confident.
I wish I could say the same. I'm not looking to carry a bird corpse.
Hey,
Unless it's rations.
funny, but I'll be fine.
Then somebody make the bird invisible. And he'll kind of grin at you a little bit as he calls you the bird.
Mm-hmm.
I presume, Whisky, you're not wanting to go, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. The limitations on invisibility, it might be safer if Pix went alone.
Agreed.
What?
You did check, not cast.
Oh.
Yeah, you have to
Yep.
write outcast.
Go, Pix.
Alrighty. And Pix goes, moving silently with his hood up.
All right, make me a stealth check with advantage.
Yep.
He has little pillows on his feet.
All right, and the little bird person,
Give him the
scampers
bird.
off.
Give him the bird.
Pix, you get a little bit closer and you see that there is a structure here. Some of it made out of carved stone, a little bit more permanent, and then a lot of it is built very similarly to the yurts, although on a larger scale. There's more of a tent type of structure to like the roofing itself, although some of it is also more of a thatched type of thing. It gives you the impression of kind of a combination of establishing permanency while also hearkening back to the roots of the village that you were just in.
Okay.
And you approach from the southwest, and you do come up across a what looks to be almost like a wall of hedge on the corner that you're at. There's a slightly shorter roofed section to the building itself, but what you're coming up on seems to be a almost like a courtyard of sorts. From the direction you're approaching. There's a little bit of a like a trellis type of section, very decorative like stone piece out in the courtyard. You can't necessarily make out many details that are low from this angle, but you do see the building is back on your left side, or eventually it becomes just more like wooden fencing with some trees and less dense shrubbery to the right side. But at least in the corner that you're at, it's fairly thick and probably at least 12 foot high, bush type of wall in front of you.
Okay. Before I do anything. Yep. Gonna use one of my wand charges for detect magic.
How close are you getting to the hedge? And then what's the range on the detect magic? Is it 60 or 30?
It's 30 feet, and I'm going to get to the edge of the spell.
Okay.
Just make sure there's not any sort of alarm or anything like that, either surrounding the property or on the hedge itself.
At least in the section that you approach, there's nothing that pings your attention.
Alrighty then.
You keeping it up for the duration?
Yes.
Okay. Got it.
Alright. I'll go over to the right, you said, with the less dense foliage?
Yes.
Alright.
You get over to a fencing area. Make another stealth check, please.
Alrighty.
Just regular stealth this time.
Even the cloak does give me advantage.
Okay. Then go ahead and roll with advantage.
Nice.
Natural 20 for a 30.
Wow, 30.
Expertise.
Even the deities do not know where he is.
You come across, as you're coming up on the first, the opening here, there is, at least larger than you, it's still probably a medium-sized creature, but there is what looks to be a reptilian, green scaled reptilian creature, 4 legs, wings on its back, that's just kind of scratching its claws on a tree as you approach. Why don't you also make me a perception check, please?
Okay.
If you piddle, it'll run out of the invisibility spell, just so you know.
Ooh, that's not good. That's a 10.
All right. So you're right on the edge of the hedge here. The fence itself is probably more like a 5-foot fence. And it does look like, from what you can see at this particular angle, that it continues around, at least basically around to where you can see potentially the backside of the building itself is. There's like a small grove of trees on this side, so there's still a little bit of tree cover, tree line, and this is actually higher, but it's more sporadic instead of being super dense, and that's also inside the fence versus being the fence.
Yeah, no, I'm backing up very quietly and very slowly.
Okay.
Away from the dragon.
All right, how far back are you backing up?
Where was that trellis exactly?
The trellis is on the hedge side, and so back to the left corner that you were first at, and it's on the inside of this fencing area as well.
Okay. Have I noticed any keeping up the detect magic? Has the fence or anything within the immediate vicinity of the inside the fence popped up?
Not that you are aware of from where you were, but you said you basically didn't really approach any further than 30 feet.
Fair enough.
Anybody who wants to see this, I do have it up on Tailspire, by the way.
I would very much like to see this. Unfortunately, Tailspire has not been agreeing with everything else I've been having on.
I actually don't see an option to pick up your broadcast.
Yeah, correct. Negative Ghost Rider.
Looks like Awna just signed in, so give Joe a second to pull that up. There is live.
Oh, it said it was waiting on the GM for the last few hours.
Waiting on GM.
Yep. But I see it's loading.
Interesting. I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, we're still at the camp here.
You are being summoned. Let me actually drop Pix in. And then maybe Joe can give, let's see, where are you, Pix? Can you grab Pix now? There you go.
Okay.
All right, so off to your left area is all the hedge. You can see the trellis behind it. To the right, it becomes more fencing with a grove of trees. And right back here, I don't know if you can see the flashlight there, but right back here is where you spotted this, what looks to almost be like a baby dragon.
Baby dragon.
They're not dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, it's larger than you, but I
Yes.
said it still seems to be a medium-sized creature.
Okay, that makes me feel slightly better. Still not going anywhere near.
The rest of you doing anything in particular? I assume you're all watching.
Most definitely.
Yeah, watching.
Yeah, waiting on Pix to do his thing.
Willam is doing the Wastelander trick and rolling in the dirt a little bit to give himself
Making it harder to,
cover. Yeah.
Why don't two of you, whoever's helming your Overwatch, make perception checks?
Laying down and staring at the sky.
I just cast an illusory bush over top of me.
That is a 23 for Grolyd.
21 for Awna.
All right.
All right.
You all see Pix. This is kind of as this is happening for Pix. You all see Pix get very close to the hedge. Well, okay, sorry. You don't see Pix for the longest time, and then as he begins to approach the corner section of the hedge, Awna, you and Grolyd both actually see Pix pop into view. And now you have seen him tiptoe his way across, all the way across.
So he's not invisible
here.
anymore?
And kind of stopped right at the fence line a few feet off, and now has kind of backed up away from it all.
He wasn't invisible?
No, at this point, especially if anybody's pointed that out, all of you have basically watched Pix for the last 2 or 3 minutes, just kind of tiptoeing around, fully visible as far as you can tell.
Oh, wait, he hasn't split up, so our stuff should have been a disadvantage for finding him.
That's true.
So
yeah.
I
So
would
take
have
your-
a 16 total.
Okay.
Yeah, the cloak kind of has a chameleon effect.
Right. Okay, so still
Yeah,
20. Yeah, you both still can see him. It's the only figure that you can see moving around out there. It's still kind of wide open Badlands. It's hard to miss.
Crud, can somebody let him know that he's visible?
What? There's a magic shield, an anti-magic shield? Oh, that's not good.
But I would have, because, well, I assume you can see yourself while invisible.
That was why I was having you make a perception check to see whether you noticed your shadow appearing all of a sudden.
But I apparently did not. So
especially since, given the way the sun is currently, your shadow
is under me.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the direction you're looking.
Yeah, that's all right. Anyway, could you take me closer to the left edge?
Back over by the shrubbery?
Yeah.
I'm looking for Harry.
I don't know that Harry is out at the moment.
I've been keeping Harry out. And
where are we in relation to Pix?
Here, let me show
I wouldn't
you.
have taken Harry with me. I would have done this solo. But I've just been kind of keeping him out and about.
So you guys are somewhere more back here. I don't even know that you can see, now that I've sent the shot to you, that you can even see the structure.
I see a plateau in the distance.
Oh, that's actually the building.
Got it.
I pretty much see dirt.
Looks like carpet.
So Awna can run the camera forward and you can see now. Because you guys are approaching from the southwest. So Pix had to move a little bit northeast to get up there. But you guys were probably a couple 100 feet back in that direction.
Got it.
Pix will approach that left corner there, still keeping up the detect magic for the wand. Let me know when that 30 minutes is out. I don't want to be over the corner. Just like right.
Double check detect magic, because I don't believe it lasts for 30 minutes.
And have I spotted Harry?
Harry's away.
That depends on where Pix has him.
I've been keeping him out, and I would have left him with the group because I didn't want a recurrence of target practice happening like last time.
Yeah, detect magic is 10 minutes.
10 minutes, yeah. Sorry, I got it confused with 30 feet.
So it's not up yet.
Does that detect anti-magic?
You would imagine that anti-magic probably by definition would not be magic. It would be
magic.
Yeah.
Yeah. It would cancel.
But it would shut down his magic. It would shut down his detect and his wand. So,
as far as you know.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, Joe. I don't want to be over that corner. I just want to be like right on the edge of it.
Apparently, Harry is back with the group.
Okay, in that case, I will look at Harry and
put me one more to the right. And I would peek around the corner.
I will look to Harry and say, if you understand me, get a message to Pix that he is no longer invisible.
Pix, you approach from back here. There's not really been you could peek around the corner, but you've already seen down that whole hedge area.
Okay, I wanted to be sure.
Yeah, like I said, you approach from the southwest, so you came from way back here in this general area.
That's fine.
So you sufficiently peek.
Okay, I wanted to make sure nothing had popped up. So yeah.
Those of you in the group see Harry flutter up and fly about halfway to where Pix is, keeping relatively low profile. And Pix, you get a telepathic ping saying, I see you. And then you get like this sense of, oh, sorry, bad wording. We all see you.
Oh.
And you look down and see your feet, see your hands, see the wand, and realize that you cast a spell.
Oh, god damn it. Oh, it's always something with me, isn't it?
You and Ryan, you should be a team.
Oh, we are one.
You should be there together.
When you guys finally did this, I was like, oh, this should probably go relatively well. Nope.
Yeah.
We do earn our name.
Yep. All right.
You have to come back.
And Harry kind of turns back around and heads to the group.
Yeah.
As he flutters back down, you all swear you see his eyes rolling.
Yeah. Pix will stealthily slink back to the group.
Make another stealth check.
Yep.
Yeah, if your hood's up, you can do it with advantage. That's fine.
Oh yeah, no, I had the hood up before even though. Heck, I've had it up since we got to the yurt village.
All right, with the 22, you feel confident that you've been able to make it back unspotted.
Mm.
What'd you do?
I wanted to make sure that there weren't any spells warding the area. So I accidentally broke the invisibility.
By casting a spell.
Yes.
So did you get a good look then, or no?
Well, found a relatively young green dragon.
Well, that's something.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, but it was relatively young. It wasn't quite large yet. Only about our size, really.
It only takes about an hour out of the egg for a dragon to be incredibly dangerous.
Oh, I backed up as soon as I saw it. But I can also tell you, based on what little I saw, there aren't any wards immediately around or inside the property. But beyond that, well, I decided to come back.
I would say with the dragons, he feels comfortable. There's probably something we're not seeing inside that huge building.
No. I can try again and not break my cover, and there is that.
Pix, you were close enough to at least get a better idea of the dimensions of the building. It's probably from end to end about 150 feet on the wider end of things.
All right. I did manage to get a vague idea of the size of the building. At its widest, it's about 150 feet. There is a That privacy hedge covers the majority of that left corner that we're facing. And in the right corner, where I was heading, was wooden fence, about waist high, maybe a little taller. And the young green dragon was scratching its back on some trees.
Was the tree dead? I asked because I look around and see nothing but dirt.
Yeah, Anthony, was it a dead tree? I mean, I won't assume based on the.
No. You've all seen vegetation. It's just not large amounts in any one spot. But there are trees that are growing. There's the sagebrush types of It's just
no, it was a normal tree.
You can tell the way. Obviously, the hedge, the privacy hedge, was definitely put there. But even the way that the trees were arranged, they were planted or transplanted.
Yeah. Okay. They're
the way it sounded, it was like outback Colorado or Wyoming with trees. So.
But even there, it's not like it's a desert. It's just very sparse.
I was actually about to check out the trellis and try my luck there, but it's within the bounds of the property, and again, more on the left and back side of from where we are. So I can go again, see what more I can find.
I don't like the idea of you having to sneak around a dragon, even a young one.
I'm not particularly fond of it myself, but we don't always get to do what we want, now do we?
Is there a way around on the opposite side from where the dragon was? To the left instead of to the right?
That's what I was about to find out when I got your message.
Well, do you want to try again with being invisible, or we all just go in?
I'm as stealthy as a bull in a china shop. So if we're all going in, forget about stealth.
I would like to give it another shot.
Just you?
Just me.
The rogue wants to redeem himself. What could go wrong?
Nothing.
There's a picture of some scrubland. This is kind of what you're traveling through right now.
A lonely tree.
So vegetation, but it's sparse.
I'll cast invisibility on him again.
Well, not again. This would be your first time.
Right,
again for you.
Again for you.
I know.
And I'll also cast it on myself, just so that I'm not visible.
Might as well. You get 3 free anyway, right?
Yep. Anybody else want to go invisible so that we don't have to worry about the dragon seeing us? I look over at Willam.
Actually,
Seeing isn't going to be a problem. It's hearing.
That was a question I wanted to ask. How well can dragons sense around them?
I have no idea. You
Grolyd?
guys learned a lot at the library, didn't you?
while Sean knows the answer to this question plenty well, or at least, I guess maybe not so much 5th edition, 3rd edition, what does Grolyd know?
Dragons by nature are slightly more perceptive than they let on, but they also get much better at everything as they age. The younger they are, the more inexperienced and just the more dumb they are as well.
I know that some dragons, and this is Sean knows, some dragons have blind sense.
Yes, again, with age, they get better, and their senses expand wider.
So Grolyd knows this, though, is what I'm asking.
You would know that. You wouldn't necessarily know exact like ranges and radiuses and stuff like that.
And at what age necessarily.
Right.
But, okay.
But you know, as a rule, the younger they are, the smaller the range is, if they have that type of thing at all.
Some dragons picks can, without having to see or hear you, still sense you within a radius of themselves. Now, the older the dragon is, the more powerful all of their abilities become, and the more new abilities they will get. I couldn't tell you, just based on this description, whether or not this particular dragon has the ability to do that, but it is something to keep in mind.
Make me a nature check, Grolyd, with advantage. I'll give you a baseline because my guess is your study would probably be on adult dragons. So I can give you a baseline on that.
Only a 12.
Maybe. You do know that dragons do have a blind sight. And dark vision, you know, the dark vision is typically better than the average humanoid with dark vision. You also know that at least adult red dragons have a natural passive perception that is far higher than it should be. But with a 12, I won't give you exact ranges.
Dragons are more perceptive also than they let on. And avoid the dragon entirely if you can. And I would work at being able to do so were I you.
That was the plan.
If you need to cast any spells on yourself, I'd say go ahead and do that now before I turn you invisible.
Sadly, no.
All right, then. Here we go.
All right.
All right, so Ryohn blinks out of existence. Pix blinks out of existence. Were you choosing a third target or no?
Nope, nobody else wanted it.
All right, fair enough. I was waiting for somebody to volunteer and then nope on out of there without anybody knowing. Whisky, you sure?
Oh, I'm positive.
All right. And then Pix, you heading forward again?
Yep, and this time I'll be approaching the other side of the hedge on the left.
So continuing down the left side of the...
Yep.
All right. How far are you moving?
I'll keep going to the edge of the hedge, quietly, stealthily.
Over the hedge.
Okay. Make me a stealth check with your advantage as you're moving through here.
And Joe, if you could zoom in and maybe turn the camera around, I would appreciate it.
All right, 28 on your stealth. Also make me a perception check, please.
Better, 21.
All right, you hear as you're getting close to the edge of the hedge, what sounds to be snoring. Large, animalistic snoring. And as you get a little further along, the snoring kind of stops, turns into a snipping.
I start to back up, away.
You kind of sense over your shoulder a head pop up and look out over the hedge, and you see the very large head of a young white dragon. Still sniffing, like the tongue flicking out, tasting the air. You still moving?
Very carefully, yes.
I knew that was coming.
As you do, it actually flutters. And this is not hard for all of you all to see, actually. The wings open up and it flutters over and just kind of flumps on top of the trellis. Still kind of sniffing. You still moving?
I am moving directly away from it.
Make me another stealth check, but just a flat stealth check, please.
All right, I am prepared to use the Wheel of Stars for this.
Well, use it or don't use it. What are you doing?
No, I definitely am. I just want to remind myself what it is. All right, lets me add a D10 to add to the roll. That's right. Would it be bonus?
That should be plus 1d10, or just 1d10, yeah. Okay. You, take one more step over and you get the right thing. Give him his fly again. You hear a roar, and each of you back at the camp also hear a roar, and the wings open up and flap again. Pix, you think you've maybe outpaced it. You're not really sure what it's doing at first. But it actually, as you're starting to move past it, it flies on the other side and then spins around. It still doesn't seem to know where you are, but it's basically flown over here and is still sniffing the air and is spun back around like it's still searching.
Nona is watching with great intensity. Very silently pulls out her sword and
Pulling
waits.
out this longbow.
You guys will say, I said a couple hundred. We'll set it at even 200 feet, just so you guys have a distance that you can be thinking of.
No. Nona's just getting ready.
That was mostly for those of you with longbows who may be thinking of things, Link.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Pix, are you still moving? This is all real time. Are you still moving, or?
I'm trying to avoid getting closer to it.
Okay, so which
Still
direction are
trying to
you
think.
going now?
To the left. My left, so to...
That way?
Yep. Yeah, that way. Still...
All right. And it's
Trying
hovering
to-
here. Make me another stealth check.
Yep.
Let's see. That one's low enough. Let me actually make a check. Oh, that's not going to come up. Interesting. I thought it might. All right. That's not as fun, but we'll do it this way. Still kind of licking the air, sniffing the air. And then kind of clumps down on the ground. Still seems to be kind of moving your general direction, but doesn't have quite a beat on you. What are you doing?
I'm gonna keep trying to get away from it.
Make another stealth check.
Yeah.
It's letting himself at this point.
Can't you fly?
Unfortunately.
can't.
Ah.
If he does, though, it will cancel his
Yeah.
invisibility.
That too.
Well, I know that, but
I'll
Everything
have
go
to-
back to if
You're
we're
gonna
gonna have to kill
outfly a
it. No.
dragon.
Yeah.
Still tongue flicking out. Searching. You still trying to move?
Yeah, I am not letting it get near me.
All right. He at this point again outpaces you because his move speed is twice as fast as yours.
Uh-huh.
And again seems to just circle back around as you're starting to head back in this direction. Are you?
No, I am keeping away from it.
Which direction are you headed?
Back the way I can.
Okay, make another stealth check. You all are basically seeing the most terrifying game of pickle ever.
All we see
hearing-
is the dragon, though.
Yeah, I'm hearing. Like
Oh, that's
a
true,
very,
yes.
Very quiet version of the Benny Hill theme right now.
Okay.
Right?
Tickle the pickle.
Oh, I'm glad you rolled that much better this time.
Come on. Let's see.
And it continues just kind of. It's
Ryan?
almost right above you right now.
Oh,
Still
no.
sniffing, hovering, or I only guess flying, not really hovering, but sniffing the air.
Okay. Remind me, what all breaks invisibility?
Attacking and casting spells.
Okay then. Then what I'm going to do is I'm going to hate this.
I just love the fact that everybody else is just watching, the spectators.
I'm going to, as I am throwing it behind me and in its general line of sight, basically trying to throw it in front of it. I'm going to throw.
Hang on. You're both facing the north-ish right now.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, it's probably about 5 to 10 feet slightly in front of you, but mostly just above you. So if you're throwing it behind you, you're throwing it also behind it.
Okay, no. So as I'm preparing to turn back around, I'm going to throw my blanket, which has my scent on it, away from me to the north as I'm trying to throw it off my scent.
Okay.
Since I'm under it, it hopefully doesn't see where the blanket's coming from.
Okay. You throw it, you can make your next stealth check with advantage, but it is a blanket, so it doesn't go much further than basically directly under the creature.
All right. That's fine. Okay.
It plants itself on the blanket and roars again and turns. And as you turn to hightail, it just unleashes in a cone around it, as if it's just super frustrated and thinks may or may not hit something, whatever is prancing around.
Well, it's a good thing my chroma cloth is blue.
Did you set that at some point?
I have kept it blue this entire time.
Blue is for lightning, I believe.
No, it's for cold.
On that one, it is cold?
Yeah, yellow is lightning, I want to say.
Oh, for that one. Got it. Blue for all of the actual chromatics are.
Yeah, that is weird.
Give me a
yellow lightning.
Give me a Constitution save, please.
Okay.
DC 15, yes.
Do I just put DC 15
at the end? At the end, yeah.
Okay. Oh, it didn't take it into effect, but yeah, 12.
You all hear / see this icy cold breath unleash in Pix's, you presume Pix's general direction, as Pix hasn't actually made an appearance yet. Let's see. And you only take half this.
Yep.
So I'll just do divided by 2.
Wow.
23 points of cold damage.
Does he appear?
No, he did not cast.
Pix didn't cast anything or attack. He was just attacked himself.
Okay, Nona's still, she's braced, ready to go, and if she's, the moment she sees that he appears, she's gone.
Grolyd,
Tackles her.
Grolyd, make a nature check. Actually, Awna too.
How far away is Pix?
This is dragon related, so you can roll with your +1 bonus, Awna. Pix is a little over 200 feet away from you guys.
Oh, that's lovely.
And
Grolyd, you are too completely appalled at what's going on to have any thoughts, intelligible thoughts at the moment. Awna, based on kind of what you know generally about the world around you, and then conversations that you guys were just having with Grolyd, it seems like this thing, based on its weird weaving pattern, may be trying to pick up tremors around it. Seems like that's why it's landing every once in a while and picking the movement of the ground. If it unleashed a blast, it may just be trying to get something in its range of effect while not actually knowing specifically where Pix is at the moment.
Pix may or may not have been hit by that. It uses movement on the ground to find its targets. I'm sure he's fine. He knows when to move and when not to, right?
Does he know that about the dragons, though?
Oh, I don't know.
Then assume we got him.
Should we let Harry know?
Harry has to be close enough to pass that message on, though, doesn't he?
I think we need to go in and distract the dragon.
Done. He takes
Do it, because it's not going to stop attacking us.
Nona's gone.
You say tomato, I say tomato. And Grolyd is up and after Nona.
You guys all start, or at least some of you start rushing in right around the time Pix, you're kind of trying to soak up this icy blast, and very thankful that you have your headband attuned to the color that you do. You also, though, Pix, hear from on the inside of the courtyard voices speaking. Somebody get the bosses! Get the bosses! There's intruder! Super high pitched, squealy, somewhat snarly voices on the inside. And seeing that it is 11:30, we're gonna have to pick this up next week.
Dun, dun.
This is bad.
This is very bad.
Rogue Redemption right there. Rogue Redemption.
Rogue Redemption. It always seems to play out this way.
That's what I'm gonna call this this episode.
Rogue Redemption.
Rogue Dead Redemption.
Okay.
Red Dead Redemption.
No, Rogue
Dead Redemption. Or
Rogue Dead Redemption 2.
Actually, I think this is the third time.
Well, that either went completely sideways or exactly as everyone anticipated. That just depends on your level of cynicism. We'll find out how it all plays out next week. Until then, we'll catch you guys later.
See you, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.
Take care.
Right.